It's a new day. It's a new beginning. Higher grounds we're lifting off. Nothing holds us bound. Can you see it? The light of Africa is rising to higher grounds we're lifting off. Nothing holds us bound. So come on and come on. We call on, oh, together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine a light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Oh. Power, Africa, we are strong. One nation to another. See now we stand as one to celebrate our victory. Riches and glory of the motherland, and nothing holds us bound. So come on and come on. We call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine a light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 Africa. Oh, 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 it's a new day. It's a new beginning. Higher ground, we're lifting up. Nothing holds us bound. It's a new day, we're lifting off. Nothing holds us bound. Can you see it? The light of Africa is rising to higher grounds we're lifting off. Nothing holds us bound. So come on and come on. We call on, oh Africa, come let us build a...
This event serves as a platform bringing together key decision markets, investors, manufacturers, experts, and institutional stakeholders. We are shaping the future of mobility in Africa. Before we begin the session, we will take a look at the brand South Africa automotive commitment. And now I give the floor to Mr. Jimmy Ranaman, General Manager, Global Market at Brand South Africa. The floor is yours, Mr.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As introduced, I am Jimmy Ranamani, General Manager for Global Markets at Brand South Africa. Brand South Africa is actually a nation branding entity for our country, or a marketing agency for our country. I would like to start by apologizing for starting a bit late. We had some logistical challenges, but I think now we are ready to commence. And I'm also glad to see that we have our dignitaries in the room already, which means the program can actually commence. But as you know, today we are here to talk automotive in the African context and how, as a continent, but also as South Africa, we can actually position ourselves positively so in global markets, so that the globe knows that we have the capabilities, particularly from a manufacturing perspective, as a continent and as countries within the continent. And we want to talk about automotive at the back of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area as a market access tool. On that note, colleagues, before I actually blabber for some time, I would like to acknowledge the presence of some of our dignitaries. I would like to acknowledge the presence of the Deputy Minister in the Presidency of South Africa, Honorable Kenny Morolong, who has just joined us. I'll also like to acknowledge the presence of Ethiopia's ambassador to Algeria. I was not given the exact name, sir, but we acknowledge your presence and thank you for joining. Over and above that, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of government leaders and executives present today, and most importantly, acknowledge your presence, our esteemed guest. On that note, before we actually bring our Deputy Minister to come and speak and welcome us properly to this gathering, I'll request that we play an audiovisual which will serve as an invitation to yourself to South Africa, as we have a momentous African occasion later this year. So I think you'll see the message from the video is actually an invitation to yourself to join us later in the year as South Africa hosts the G20 Summit. You can play the video, please. Thanks. Deputy Minister, the floor is yours.
Nkulu, what are we building?
We are building a kite, mzukulu wami.
What does it do?
It flies high in the sky, and with the freedom we now possess, you too can fly as high as your dreams allow.
Kulungile mkhulu.
Awuboni-ke mzukulu wami.
From the heartlands of South Africa, the birthplace of breathtaking landscapes, vibrant cultures, and a history that echoes resilience. A country that taught the world the importance of perseverance and the value of diversity. Through the spirit of Ubuntu, our ancestors and iconic figures have eloquently left behind a legacy that continues to resonate with the spirit of togetherness. Because together, we shape a world where every voice is valued, a world in which everyone belongs, despite their color or creed. South Africa, where expectations are challenged and conventions defied, a country of endless wonders. The great Nelson Mandela once said, "I dream of the realization of the unity of Africa, whereby its leaders combine in their efforts to solve the problems of this continent." And their true heroes are not defined by their strengths, but by their ability to inspire and lead others, building a society that meets today's needs while empowering future generations to prosper. South Africa, a country advancing growth and prosperity through inclusivity, cooperation, and integration. With open arms, South Africa welcomes nations, organizations, and institutions to join in our pursuit of a future that stands on the pillars of solidarity, equality, sustainability. Together, let's drive the G20 vision forward while we forge a dynamic future for South Africa and the global community. South Africa, proud host of the G20.
Thank you very much, His Excellencies, distinguished government representatives, distinguished guests, industry leaders, colleagues and partners. I always say it is encouraging to witness the framers of the Abuja Treaty realize their dream through this generation. It is really my great honor to welcome you to this important business engagement as part of Team South Africa's program here at the Intra-African Trade Fair. We are here with a clear and exciting purpose to promote South Africa as a premier automotive manufacturing hub on the African continent. This discussion is vital. It supports the work of Brand South Africa, the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, and our industry partners. It allows us to build on the momentum of South Africa's G20 presidency, to foster new partnership, and to encourage a crucial dialogue on the African continent free trade area. Our goal today is simple but powerful: to showcase the strength of South Africa's and indeed Africa's automotive industry. We want to highlight our world-class manufacturing capabilities, our attractive incentives, and to call for greater collaboration across our beautiful continent. We must work together to promote AfCFTA as our key to unlocking market access as a powerful trade instrument to the world, especially the G20 nations. The global landscape presents both challenges and opportunities. While global vehicle sales dipped slightly last year, our continent felt this pitch a bit more with an overall decline. But within that story, there's a beacon of hope. While other major African markets saw declines, our domestic new vehicle sales grew by an impressive 17.5%. We sold over 500,000 new vehicles in 2022. This resilience points to the underlying strength of our industry. However, we cannot ignore the significant threats we face. The promise of a new energy vehicle is within our grasp, but our progress is hampered by a persistent challenge: the flood of illegally imported second-hand vehicles. It is estimated that on our roads, there are over 500,000 illegally imported used cars. To put this in perspective, if this vehicle was a single brand, they would be the third most popular brand in our country's new vehicle market. This illegal trade is not just a statistic, it is a direct attack on our economy. It robs our fiscus between 5 and 8 billion rands every year in lost taxes. It undermines our local manufacturers and holds back our industrial development. This is precisely why the African Continental Free Trade Area is more than just a trade agreement. It carries the hopes and aspirations of our entire continent. The African Free Continental Trade Area is our tool to foster local production, to spur innovation, and to accelerate development. It is our collective vehicle to move Africa beyond fewer than 1 million vehicles a year to become a globally competitive automotive powerhouse. Now let us be clear about South Africa's commitment and our value proposition. The automotive industry is the heartbeat of South Africa's manufacturing sector. It is our largest manufacturing subsector, contributing nearly 5% to our GDP and supporting close to 500,000 jobs from the factory floor to the showroom. Last year, we produced over 500,000 vehicles. Our exports are growing, reaching markets across the globe, with Europe as our primary destination. But we are not resting on our laurels. Our ambitious South Africa's Automotive Master Plan 2035 sets a bold target to produce 1.4 million vehicles annually by the year 2035. This would secure us 1% of the global market. To get there, we have created an attractive and stable policy environment. Programs like Automotive Production Development Program are designed to stimulate local production and reward export competitiveness. This commitment is recognized by our major global manufacturers. In 2021 alone, original equipment manufacturers invested nearly 9 billion rand in our local operations. We are not blind to the challenges from global supply chain disruptions to economic pressures, but our industry has repeatedly proven its resistance. Our government's long-term vision and consistent policies provide the certainty needed for continued investment and growth. In summary, South Africa's automotive industry is open for business. We are a strategic gateway to Africa, powered by a skilled workforce, robust infrastructure, and our unwavering commitment to growth and sustainability. Through the African Continental Free Trade Area, we can integrate our markets, amplify our strength, and build an automotive industry that competes and wins on the world stage. We invite you to join us in this journey. Let us collaborate, let us invest, and let us build together. I thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister Morolong. I think the message is clear. Let's partner, let's invest, and let's start trading as African countries. Without a waste of time, I would like to invite Mr. Tsetle Liteko, who would actually get the ball rolling and facilitate our panel discussion that focuses on the automotive sector. He will actually also introduce the theme for the panel discussion. Thank you.
Morning. Let me stand for this one part. I'm going to invite my panelists to join me. Help me welcome to the stage, and then we'll do all protocols after that. Mr. Mike Whitfield, the Stellantis CEO. Mr. Claude Moodley, Export Promotion Manager, Trade and Investment, KZN. Mr. Rowan Govender, Executive Manager, Component Supplier and Investor Support, AITC Eastern Cape. And Mr. Chris Mabanga, Economist at Export Credit Insurance Corporation of South Africa. Yeah, gentlemen, you could take your seat as I build some context to this conversation we're going to have today. So, as the Deputy Minister has just indicated, South Africa has a thriving automotive industry that is 101 years old this year. We've had a solid policy environment in South Africa celebrating 30 years this year as well. And part of that policy evolution, which we'll get into conversation with Mike later on, has seen South Africa grow production from somewhere in the region of about 80,000 units a year to 600,000 units. at its peak, when APDP was instated, South Africa was producing 720,000 cars. We have installed capacity, production capacity in South Africa to produce 900,000 vehicles, which if we have operating at full capacity would have been 1% of global production. But this sector does not get to grow and thrive without its own problems. Our sector has its own challenges that we're trying to overcome, some of which includes tariffs from the United States and losing that market all of a sudden. It also includes a lot of other challenges that we'll get to analyze. But for this industry to work, and we had to get a lot of things right. And these gentlemen are going to help us analyze that business case. And we will then bring out areas where there's learning and areas where we could then begin to create or begin to reflect on the South African environment of our own economies and our own regions. So I hope that through these conversations, it becomes clearer and clearer what it takes to build an automotive industry in any region in the continent. And Mike, I guess I've got to start with you. It really does start with policy certainty and 30 years of whether MIDP, APDP1, APDP2. It's what creates stability for OEMs. So from an OEM perspective, analyzing what it takes for an OEM to invest in any given economy in the continent, how important is that particular policy certainty?
Hello, good morning. Good morning, everyone, and certainly it's great to have the opportunity to share with you where the South African auto industry is, but particularly what role it can play going forward. If we look at it, and it's been covered over the last few days, the total production in Africa is approximately 1.1 million, of which 600,000 of that production in Africa comes out of South Africa. There's fantastic strides being made in Algeria, with production moving forward in Egypt and some other countries. But fundamentally, we all see Africa as the last real frontier in automotive, and a lot can be learnt from the role that South Africa has played in developing South Africa as a key hub for automotive into Africa. And as we go forward in this very uncertain trade environment we're facing globally, it is very important for us in South Africa that we see development for the mutual beneficiation of all players in Africa, because we need to focus on one of the key pillars of the South African master plan that drives the vision of all stakeholders is regional market integration and development. And that doesn't mean one-way trade. It can only work with all players playing a role in that. If we look at it, what are the key things we as a manufacturer look at? One is a very level playing field, clear legislative environment, incentives, and protection for investors and penalties for those who break those laws. Without that in place, it's very difficult for a multinational to make an investment in an industry which is a very capital-intensive industry. There needs to be, it's a partnership, so there needs to be mutual respect and work between government, industry, and labor. And that has been another key pillar in developing our industry to where it is. And if we look back on the South African auto industry and the journey that you were referring to, is that it's an incredible example of how public-private partnerships that has endured for over 60 years between governments, OEMs, and labor has resulted in an industry that directly employs 115,000 people, 3 times that in the value chain, contributes 5.3% to the GDP in 2023. And our component and vehicle exports reached 227 billion in 2023, 12.3% of South Africa's total exports to 152 destinations. And today, as I said earlier, we're producing 54.4% of the vehicles sold in Africa. Our objective, with, not as South Africa only, but as part of the African continent, is that we really work towards the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement to benefit everyone in Africa to participate in the value chain. And I think from a South African automotive point of view and the AAAM point of view, we are very open to working with our partners, with people, with other governments in Africa to help create that value chain, to help grow the African market, and certainly can be and will be a catalyst for further growth in Africa. So thank you.
Thanks. Claude, I think after Mike had given that background, it would create an impression that it's quite easy to establish an auto industry because these numbers are achieved within certain gap period. But you come from a province, KZN, where there's an informal cluster that government needs to support. Things are disjointed. You've got Pinetown and ArcelorMittal somewhere in the province. You've got Toyota somewhere in the province. Then you've got a Dube port. Then you've got... And so in trying to coordinate performance in an informally constructed cluster like you have in KZN, surely you could give lessons from how government sees its role in making sure that efficiencies are developed within that context. And if you could give some type of enlightenment around that particular area.
Yeah, no, thank you so much, Program Director, for that question. I think, yeah, in terms of the dynamics in the KwaZulu-Natal region, it's quite different from the rest of South Africa. You know, we've got the biggest OEM, being Toyota, close to around 80 component manufacturers that they're supplying into them. But we also have other types of automotive manufacturers. There's MAN Truck and Diesel that's there. There's Volvo. We have Desi Equipment and Bell Equipment, which produce yellow metal that also falls under the automotive sector as well. So the entire province is not just concentrated in eThekwini or Durban in terms of the automotive sector. So it's spread along the north-south corridor, as well up into the N3 as well. So government strategy has really been to create a very conducive environment. Firstly, the infrastructure in terms of goods moving between these corridors. So you'd see a lot of investment that has gone into our road and rail infrastructure now. So we've got the backing from Sanrail, the backing from Transnet. They've put in some really good investments. You'd see now roads being upgraded from 2 lanes to up to 4 to 5 lanes. And those constructions are going to be completed in the next 24 months. Rail infrastructure, we've seen Transnet has now extended the infrastructure to bring on board private sectors. So there's now 11 private-owned automotive locomotives that would come online to support the movement of goods. And that also brings the issue of how do we move goods? You know, is it only on road, or are we now pushing the agenda of road to rail? And that's something that's driving the auto sector, is that to bring in those efficiencies is what will then ensure that the product out there becomes cost competitive. So I think that's the issue, is that government has to create the environment for these auto industries to become more competitive, and doesn't have to be logistically located in a specific area, but it can work by making sure that there is these nodes and linkages and solid infrastructure created. Thank you.
Yeah, great. That's good lessons. Now, Rowan, coming to you. A lot of people think I could be an SMME today. I can aspire to enter auto. And auto is I could be the next Elon Musk. He's also from South Africa. Well, at least we can claim him as until there's a US election. But you work with an organization that has been deliberate around how you create a new supplier that from previously disadvantaged communities that wouldn't have otherwise aspired to enter the auto industry. So, and you do it from a government point of view. There's incubation programs that you run. But what has been your experience in terms of making auto accessible? And what have you learned from a government, as a government role player in making auto accessible to your broader community? I know it's not easy, but what is lessons that could be now shared with everyone in the room?
Thanks so much for the question. I think for us, where we stand right now in the industry, the challenge that most suppliers experience is the shift that's happening. So we've got a rapid transition from ICE to EVs. That's the first major shift. The second being the geopolitical risks that are creating challenges for OEMs. And business is moving a lot faster than it has traditionally. So as a result, bringing and incubating suppliers into the value chain is a significant responsibility. Access to market is massive because they are largely dependent on contracts by the tier ones and tier twos. And as a result, there is a lot of investment required to get these companies certified, prepared to do business, being able to pass quality checks, get all the necessary certifications that are very costly for an entry into the market. The opportunity does exist for governments, especially provincial governments, to be able to participate in that space. But I think it does require collaboration between the tier ones and tier twos and the OEMs and governments to be able to develop funds that support development of suppliers entering the game. Because if they can do that, then the risk is diminished quite significantly because you can put them into incubation and you can develop them into aligning to the demands of the market. What that also does is that it provides a market from the tier twos and tier ones entry to the SMMEs entering the new market. So there's an opportunity there for development of suppliers. I think I work for an organization called AIDC Eastern Cape, and the bulk of our work is around making sure our suppliers meet the competitiveness requirements of the industry. And we need to keep pushing those boundaries because if they can, then ultimately the unit cost starts to reduce. They become more competitive. They can offer smarter ways of actually delivering products and components to the tier ones, tier twos, and OEMs. So it's a constant effort. It's a constant journey, and it's a constant revision of programs that need to actually support suppliers. And creating accessibility is difficult into the industry. And you need to be able to buffer that pain that's experienced right at the beginning. And that buffering can happen through incubation.
Yeah. Chris, Mike spoke to South African exports reaching something in the region of 273, you said, Mike. But I know it's now around 300 billion a year. And these are South African exports to the rest of the world. Yesterday on the panel, they spoke about creating an auto component supply chain in Tunisia, exclusively for the export market. But obviously supporting exports and creating buffers for operations for OEMs that are based in South Africa is quite a tricky situation as well. So your organization comes in at that point when you've got a fully complete vehicle. It now needs to get on a boat and be destined to offshore markets. There are two sort of, in two parts I want to ask this question. One, what are lessons learned so far with supporting an auto industry in supporting exports from the country? Two, what do you find to be a necessary requirement or a necessary, something that you know is a necessary value add for OEMs to feel like their investment is supported when guys like you are at play?
Thank you, sir, for the question. So with us as the ECIC, the part that we play, it's basically to promote exports and support exporters from South Africa to the world. So we essentially an export credit insurance corporation of South Africa. We are the only one basically in South Africa, and our ultimate goal is to ensure financial institutions like your banks in supporting some of the corporates that would be looking for financing to expand their operations, and also to de-risk some of the risks that they could face in the process of expanding their operations. For instance, other than looking at long-term cover for our OEMs, it would be beneficial to look more on the short-term products, that we have, where we provide cover for things like, your working capital, your supplier's credit, which then allows exporters, to pursue business across Africa, even in risky environments where otherwise they wouldn't be pursued, by then offering them cover, security in spaces that it's risky, and in spaces that investors are not willing to actually go to without the necessary protection. So that's where we come in as the ECIC. And we have also supported a whole lot of other projects, not, although it may not be directly into automotive. However, it does play a part in promoting South Africa exports within the continents. For instance, we have supported projects like, your Nakala projects, which was the promotion of the building of the rail network, all the way from Mozambique to Malawi, building a proper network of roads, so as to allow and promote the easy movement of the products that our suppliers would like to supply to other continents. Because as much as the automotive, we're talking about automotive industry, it is also important to understand that what can also drive that growth that we want to see through the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement is that we need proper infrastructure, and we are, as the ECIC, driving that. There are many other projects as well now that we are busy with in infrastructure, like you're promoting in your rail sector, also in your energy, because as we transition to clean energy, there will be investments required into that space, particularly in that clean energy, and that's a risky environment at the moment as well, whereby investors are like, is it safe for us to go and invest into the market? For instance, maybe having your stations where you can plug in. Investors are like a bit nervous at the moment to actually go and invest into that space, because you don't really know if the market is going to be ready if there are going to be any returns. And that's where we also maybe bring in the aspect of triple Ps, private and public partnerships, whereby you can also have public's finance coming into play with the support of and then supporting private investments and taking most of the risk.
Thanks. Mike, I'm going to come to you because you hinted at this, but thanks for that answer, because de-risking investment is quite an important next step. But Mike, you hinted at South Africa being a model to emulate and a model that invites partnerships, and that the rest, fellow continental partners should look into South Africa as a learning hub, but also as a partnership, as a partner in them developing auto industries in their economies. I think the question now on everyone's mind, and I guess we can come here and share examples and learnings and these business cases we go through these conversations. But what would be a practical next step for anyone in the room that aspires to have the auto industry in their country? What are lessons from those that have taken the step in the past 5 to 6 years that have worked? And how then do we begin to create that drive towards producing 3 million vehicles as a continent?
Yeah, thank you. And I think your point on 3 million, as the Secretary General last night mentioned in the roundtable discussion, is automotive is one pillar, one of 4 pillars in the Continental Free Trade Agreement. And by 2035, the objective is to be doing in excess of 3 million vehicles produced in Africa. Obviously, there's been a lot of lessons learned in this journey that we've gone through in South Africa to take us to where we are. And the intention is that a strong Africa automotive market obviously is what we would all need, and particularly South Africa, to continue the sustainability of the business. Now, we have a lot of good practices. We spoke about consistent legislation, very good partnership between government, labor, and the private sector. So those are the lessons that, not lessons, I think some of the learnings that we've had that we can pass on. We have, there was talk about how do we develop skills, how do we develop SMEs in the business. The industry has, with government, set up we call it the Auto Industry Transformation Fund, and that fund is entirely aimed at developing previously disadvantaged or SME, small businesses, to become part of this value chain. So how do we go forward? We have a number of institutions. We have AAAM, we have the Afreximbank who are doing a lot of work. We have NAMSA, we have NARCAM. These are various organizations, and I think through the AAAM, and AAAM certainly will help and support that role, we would work with any institution, government that is wanting to develop automotive on the continent, and we've done it in a number of markets that we currently are busy with. So I think our offer as AAAM and as NAMSA on your behalf and NARCAM are the entities that can facilitate this benchmarking and knowledge passing on, because it really is important that, as I said earlier, the success of the industry is on a solid legislative framework. Without that, it's very difficult to make long-term capital investments going forward. And the one thing that we do want to mention is not every single country in Africa is going to build vehicles. However, the value chain, which goes from the raw materials to the components that we put in the vehicles, the logistics, is significant. And what is very important, and there have been studies done with Afreximbank, AAAM, Secretariat of the Continental Free Trade Agreement, to identify what are the opportunities in those countries. And I think what we want to do, and that's why we're all pushing very hard to move to the next step. So on the 15th and 16th of May, in Cairo is the next ministerial retreat, with the one objective on automotive is to get alignment on the rules of originating content. So remembering that one of the pillars of the automotive program will be the rules of originating content, and it's our recommendation, and majority of the countries in support of that, is a 40% rules of origin. And that rules of origin is accumulative. So if South Africa buys parts from Algeria, it's considered part of originating content in Africa. I'm putting it very simply. And that's the value chain we've got to continue work at. So as part of an industry, as part of a global automotive company that I represent, who is invested in Algeria, is invested in many parts of Africa, also as part of the AAAM, let's work together. Let's share best practices, because it's in all of our interests that we develop the automotive potential of Africa, for Africa, and stakeholders in Africa. Thank you.
Thanks. So in your past answers, when you talked about making efficiencies drive these informally constructed clusters, the one thing that I forgot to ask you about, and maybe you have a chance now to speak to, it's the importance of special economic zones. You've got Dubai in your province, East London, IDZ is down the road, and Kucha is down the road. And how we're creating these corridors of connections, whether it's the N3 corridor. So the importance of special economic zones in driving cluster development and in making sure that auto thrives. If you could share some insights there.
No, thanks. I think, I think the specialized economic zones are what we would call an injection into the automotive industry in terms of infrastructure, in terms of an avenue where businesses can operate and can actually move forward. So Within the specialized economic zones, you have, obviously it's a customs-free zone, so products manufactured in there are treated at zero rate, and then as they're being moved out for export, then it helps in terms of the cash flow for businesses. But you also have the incentives for these in these specialized economic zones, in terms of tax rebates and in terms of employment incentives, So that really provides an opportunity for investors, component manufacturers to set up operations in these SEZs to then be able to supply the OEMs, Within Dubai Trade Port, we've been very fortunate to have some really good investments come through recently. We've had Hogi Hara, which is a company that manufactures stamp products, metal stampings. It's a collaboration between Toyota Tusho, and they've actually put in 1.1 billion rand worth of investments, created about 250 jobs and 1,000 indirect jobs. So that's a good investment, and that forms part of the bigger auto supplier park, which we are still working on. That's going to be established down south, closer to the actual Toyota plant. But it's been some challenges. We've had some issues in terms of environmental impact assessments. We've had some challenges in terms of road infrastructure that needs to be brought on board. But the point is that when that auto supplier park comes on board, under the specialized economic zone or Dubai Trade Port, it will actually be a major injection into Toyota, which will really help them push the units up in terms of moving from around 300,000 to up to 600,000 units per annum, including localization, moving the localization from 54% currently to around 60% by 2035.
So
Thank you.
I've been already counted down, Rowan, and we've got 2 minutes. So you and Chris are going to give one answers for these. Rowan, another part of the work that you do in the Eastern Cape is investment mobilization, getting OEMs to come into the Eastern Cape to make cars there. How hard is that role, and what are the lessons there? I think it's worth sharing. Unfortunately, you have to do it elevator pitch.
Okay. It's very challenging because I think one of the key points is national sovereignty and maintaining your national sovereignty in the nature of investment, promotion, and attraction. The second part is the balancing of what do we want to attract in and what does the deal require. So the securing of our land, the securing of jobs for our people, being able to make sure that our suppliers are secured in an investment deal is quite critical. The third point is that we found the value of making sure that our zones, our SEZs, our ports, our rail, etc., all have opportunities but need to be responsive to a deal-making opportunity. Because I think we found ourselves quite restricted when we get to the deal-making table. And we need to have an opportunity where we can actually be able to negotiate what we're putting on the table so that investors do find us as an investor-friendly environment. The other aspect of it is, in collaboration with the continent, how do we work to meet the needs and the demands of the actual investor? Because we are realizing that there's points on the continent that investors are looking at purely to access the total African market. So we have to find ways to collaborate specifically on tariffs and harmonization of cross-border trade and cost of transactions. These factors need to be addressed and dealt with quite promptly so that businesses can work well on the continent.
Okay. Chris, this is for you, and you already hinted on it in the previous answering your question. Obviously, you guys are not on the Lobido project, but you've got other railway network projects that you are funding. How important is that delivery infrastructure for especially if we're going to talk about inter-Africa trade? So building those railway projects and that infrastructure to allow cargo movement. What is your level of investment in making sure that there's inter-country connectivity, especially through rail, and whether it's Tanzania to Walvis Bay through the Lobido corridor, or it's going somewhere north, those type of projects?
So there's, like I had already highlighted, there's a number of projects that they were already supporting. Some of the projects that we're now also looking at are in the regions of like, 160 million USD, of which it's a huge chunk of money. It just goes to show how ready we are as a ECIC to support those projects. There are also now other private partnership projects that we are actually also funding, whereby it's both public and the private sector, coming together in the side of Zambia, in Nigeria, in Angola. So we are involved across Africa in terms of funding various projects, and these are mega projects that once complete, they are going to build the foundation for the transportation and connection between African continents.
Thanks. So, because we don't have closing remarks, we're out of time. We're going to do it differently. It's just almost like a creative word game. So, if you're going last, you have advantage if you're going first. And Chris, you're going to go first because we're going this way. So, you're unfortunate. The year is 2035, so we are 10 years down the line from this moment. And you are attending IATF in another country. I'm going to speculate it's going to be in Southern Africa. What is that one word that you see defining that event? So you're going to come into this auditorium and you're going to look 10 years down the line and you're going to say, this 10-year journey has been this. So the 10-year journey from now, you reflecting on it, you're going to say, this is my story, one word for the past 10 years. Well, at this time, you can throw any word.
I'd say extraordinary.
It's been an extraordinary 10 years. Thanks. Rowan?
We've finally reached collaboration.
Great one. So it's been 10 years of collaboration in African development.
Localization and partnerships.
10 years of localization. Mark? Mike, sorry.
We have a fully integrated automotive value chain operating throughout Africa, and that in excess of 60% of what is sold in Africa is produced in Africa.
So let's look forward, everyone, ladies and gentlemen, for 10 years of integration. Thank you for...
Thank you all for this presentation of South Africa model. We will now begin the sessions. Ladies and gentlemen, we are truly honored to be joined today by Her Excellency, the United States Ambassador. Thank you for being with us, Her Excellency. Session 5 now, affordable mobility, solution and micromobility. الجلسة الخامسة حلول التنقل الميسور والتنقل السهل تعزيز الوصول الشامل من خلال إفريقيا. Solution de mobilité abordable et micromobilité, favoriser l'accès inclusif à travers l'Afrique. So I give the floor to the moderator, Victoria Bakos-Jorling, AAM CEO. The floor is yours.
Good morning. I see more energy in this room this morning. Good morning, everyone. I would like to call my fellow participants and speakers to the panel. If I can ask Kassem Odermatt to come on the panel. He is the COO of the OG Group. We did have a very long evening at the ministerial round table, so I hope that he's actually here. but we can also just move on. If I can ask Sharon Nishi, the chairperson and managing director of General Motors Egypt and Africa, to the stage. Let's give her a warm applause, please. And then if I can please ask Mike Whitfield, the Managing Director of Stellantis, South Africa and Sub-Sahara Africa, onto the stage. He did not have any rest now after the first panel. Give him a warm applause, please. And then I would also like to ask Imet Shafeddin, the President and CEO of the PSC Group and the Vice President of the Tunisian Auto Association, to the stage. Please give him a warm applause. Thank you. So yesterday we spoke a lot about affordable mobility and why it is crucial in order to grow the demand in Africa, the future of transport across the whole continent, as Africa's urban and peri-urban populations grow. So there is really an urgent need for practical, low-cost mobility solutions that are accessible, sustainable, and also scalable. So we'll talk with one of the leading experts in Africa, which innovative vehicle concepts are already there, which innovative vehicle concepts and also financing models do we need in order to grow the demand in Africa and grow the new vehicle sales. So we'll talk about different affordable mobility solutions. So if I can just open with you, Sharon, and I know we talked a lot about US tariffs yesterday, and now that the US ambassador is here, will not touch on that. So affordable mobility is often described as really the heartbeat of an inclusive growth in Africa. And General Motors has a very, very strong history of vehicle innovation. So how are you also adopting your product portfolio to actually address the specific needs of affordable in Africa? But because it is quite different from other markets such as the US.
Yeah, that's an excellent question.
Thank you.
First
Thank
of
you,
all,
Sharon.
before I start, I want to do a personal welcome to Ambassador Elizabeth Moore-Oben from the US Embassy here. Thank you so much for attending and supporting. I mentioned this last night at the roundtable. It is really key to have a strong collaboration between public and private sector working together hand in hand to drive the auto industry. So having the ambassador here to support us is just terrific. To answer the question on affordable mobility and what we do from a General Motors perspective, GM is a very global company. We're pretty much operating in all the continents around the world, and the value that we have that we could bring to markets such as Africa is being able to take a look at our product portfolio across the globe and be able to pick and choose the ones that work best for the markets here. We've been in Egypt for over 40 years as a very good example where we've deeply localized into the market. We've led the market for pretty much 40 years, especially in the commercial vehicle sector. And the commercial vehicle sector is a key one because it enables jobs. It enables small and medium-sized enterprises to operate their businesses and thrive and be successful in any economy. And in the case of Egypt and our pickup truck, it comes in at a very affordable, accessible price point. Importantly, it has the capability to handle the roads and demands of what Africa throws at a driver. Infrastructure often is still in the developmental stages, and to be able to have vehicles that could handle that as well as handle the loads and requirements of the consumer is really important. And we'll take a truck and we'll make sure that we adapt to the environment of the local market. And to be able to do that, localization is key, because as you localize components, you have the flexibility to design in the requirements for Africa. So that's one of the key sort of benefits of being able to push for, what we were saying yesterday night is that higher level of deep localization in the continent. The other thing that General Motors really believes in is to be able to offer vehicles at every price point to fit the wallets and the purses of every consumer in our markets. And we tend to come in, especially with the Chevrolet brand, at a very mainstream, mass market, value-oriented, but with good quality, value, safety for consumers. And that positioning for the brand is ideal for markets like Africa and the diversity that it has. So that in a nutshell is how we go to market. And obviously the vision in the future is, as we unlock sustainable mobility and be able to get into alternative propulsion systems, EVs, and new energy vehicles, that does offer another amazing opportunity that we're all working towards, which is to offer a mainstream electric vehicle for mainstream consumers in the market. So that's in a nutshell what we're after.
Thanks, Sharon. If I can just touch on it, because you also mentioned now sustainability, and a lot of African governments are pushing to transition towards alternative drivetrains. We also have the ambassador of Ethiopia to Algeria here, and I know Ethiopia also has quite a focus on transitioning. But the question is really, how do we balance affordability with the push for new energy vehicles such as electrification, considering also the infrastructure realities we have also in Egypt?
Yeah, I mean, I think this
partnerships also. Mike, coming to you, I know you didn't have any rest from the first panel to this one, but I know you're sharp. So Stellantis has recently also announced a new model for Africa and Middle East, so an electric three-wheeler. So that's a concrete example actually of micromobility in Africa. So how do you really see this with a model like yours evolve in Africa's transport ecosystem?
Thank you. And I think, first of all, let's just try and put it in context. We look at a continent where urbanization is expected in Africa is going to double by 2050. 2/3 of Africans living in cities, which really is driving an urgent need for and demand for compact, affordable, and particularly low-emission mobility. Transport, rising challenge. Emissions from transport already reaching record levels globally, and oil still remains the top energy-related emitter in Africa, which again supports the issue for efficient, low-energy urban movement. Africa is positioned for micromobility, no doubt about it, with short trip distance, youthful demographics, growing demand for this affordable transport makes our continent that we operate in the ideal place for micromobility adoption. User cases are clear, it's scalable, urban last mile patterns, delivery, logistics, campus travel, where with micromobility you can have speed, space, and efficiency. And we already see it. Market momentum is strong. Electric 2- and 3-wheelers are the fastest growing EV category in emerging markets, and really offsetting the demand or the rise in fuel costs. It's no longer, in our view, from the micromobility, is no longer a niche. It's a strategic solution. It's critical for the urban infrastructure to have sustainability, inclusivity, and accessibility. And by 2050, as we said, 2/3 of Africans will live in cities. From a Stellantis point of view, we have a very clear vision and objective to be a leader in sustainable, safe, and inclusive micromobility. It's part of our 2030 strategic plan and our roadmap very much for Africa, where we're wanting to build solutions that fit all needs. We're not only talking about the future, but it's about delivering concrete solutions that we already have. Try and put in perspective, we already have moved into that area of democratizing electric micromobility, where we have things called the Citroën Ami, the Opel Rock, the Fiat Topolino, which are really compact EVs designed for urban use. We've just increased our production capacity from 20 to 70,000 as of January 2025. And to further support that, we just announced a product called the Fiat Tris. So all our micromobility products will move under Fiat. And this is very much part of our new milestone in our micromobility strategy, where the Tris is targeted for the professional use in both urban and semi-urban areas. So very much part of our plan, very core to our future strategy in Africa, and certainly a journey that we believe is critical for all to take as we move forward in Africa. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. And you touched a lot about urban micromobility, and we know this is where we see actually the fastest growth in East Africa, but also in South Africa. I think when I moved to Sub-Saharan Africa 5 years ago, you hardly saw any two-wheelers on the roads. Now that has changed a lot with all of the last mile delivery. I think a majority of those two-wheelers are still ICE compared to in East Africa, but also West Africa, Ghana, where we have lots of electric two and also three-wheelers. Do you think, because you touched on urban, we need different concepts for rural areas versus urban?
Yes, there will be different concepts, but the one important thing that will never change, we talk about, and probably a better word for micromobility is affordable mobility, but the essence of it is that the operator, the owner, not only giving him the economic freedom of mobility, but what he can generate from he or she can generate from an income position per day must be greater than the cost per day. That's very, very important. So we've got to look at innovative ownership solutions. Very important for stakeholders to collaborate on microfinancing, collective ownership, accessibility. As we know, will always be a challenge for charging. Hence, for micromobility, you need a battery swap system. And the objective to have a successful, affordable mobility solution is also having a successful, integrated ecosystem to drive it. So it's not just the hardware, it's all the products and software that go around it.
Thanks, Mike, because I always feel if we talk about affordable mobility or micromobility, we always talk about urban cities, because obviously it's a bit easier than rural areas, but we mustn't forget that the majority in Africa is also rural.
So there are obviously a number of products to support from an agricultural, small farming point of view as well. And what I forgot to mention, which I think is very important, is that as the Secretary General spoke about the Continental Free Trade Agreement last night, spoke about the fact that automotive is a key pillar. It's one of the 4 key pillars of the strategy. Just want to re-emphasize that within the automotive, micromobility has now been adopted as part of it.
Thanks, Mike. Then coming from 2 OEMs to also a component manufacturer, Imet. You're based in Tunisia, and before I ask very, very hard questions, you're also the Vice President of TAA, which is the Tunisian Association of the Auto Industry, really also a strong partner of the AAAM, and if you haven't explored the exhibition hall yet, that's towards the audience, then please do so, because TAA has also quite a big presence there at the exhibition, so I'll just urge you to also check it out. So Imet, from your experience in the Tunisian auto industry, and I think you've done very well as a country also to develop R&D capacities, and I know that's also one of the core pillars of your business. So you also have a very strong reputation for plastic injection molding, for automotive wiring. So the question is really, how can you also support the development of affordable mobility in Tunisia and the region, and then obviously under the AFCFTA across the continent?
Good. Good morning. Good morning, Ms. Ambassador. Good morning, Ms. Attendi. So it's a great pleasure to be here. As you said, the Tunisian automotive sector are strongly present here on the fair with a booth with some of our partners. And you know that we are more than 300 companies working on this sector, providing components for the sector, for Europe, and also through the continent, especially to Morocco, Algeria, and other neighbors. So since a long time in the Tunisian Automotive Association, we worked with this startup, working on this micromobility component. It's product that better we produce it locally, better the price will be. This is very important. And better we support them in terms of technology. We have the technology of the wire that we know very well. We have the technology of plastic, electronic, and integration. So these make them the solution to, of course, have some of the technology outside, but the platform, the structure of the car is adapted to the local market. And this makes the car or the micromobility system more competitive. We reduce the supply chain. We have locally the component. We know better for the repair after the sales, the repair system. And we see it, we are in the early of the phase. It's not so much actor today, but we really see it as an opportunity. We have now another new project. It's about battery. Why battery is not done locally? It's assembled. We can do that. So this is another project that we have, one of the challenger in Tunisia, working on this project and trying to integrate this system to this else the two-wheel, three-wheel, or the micro car. Yeah.
Thanks, Emmett. And just to add on to this, how do you also balance affordability with quality? And I think you're not only within the auto industry, you're also in the aerospace industry. So is there any lessons we can learn from that?
Yeah. So clearly, there is no discussion about quality. No discussion about that. We have a standard. We learn a lot from automotive, from aeronautic, from our business in the medical, and we apply all the best practices that we learned from the automotive market. That is, select the good raw material, be sure that this raw material will support the car during his life, temperature. We have also all the system of reliability, so all the tests, and after that is traceability. The component that we put on this car have to be traceable. We know what we are putting on it. Okay? And of course, also, it's all the reliability of this of the car, and there is no discussion about it. So we apply all the fundamental of the quality basis, the system quality. They are homologated with the IATF. We have a standard on the automotive, and we apply it. We apply it on this system, and it works. It works. And we have to link and to know that not quality will increase cost. If you do it well, if you have a process under control, and you reduce your scrap, you use more recyclable material. So we are going to green, to optimize logistics chain, and also to reliable product. And we don't make compromise on this. And we don't have to do compromise on this, because in the end, it is the security of the people that we transport. So it's very important that this mindset, we learn it from our experience of industry of automotive, let's put it on this new business opportunity.
Thanks, Emmett. I'm happy you touched also on recycling. I know it's not part of this topic, but it's really evolving discussion within Africa, because there's lots of opportunities also for recycling opportunities and feeds back into our industry. But coming back to what you said, Sharon, in the beginning, because in order for an OEM or component manufacturer to support the development of affordable mobility, you obviously also need the support of governments. So the question is, which partnerships or also which collaborations, such as with us as an association or governments, do you really think are essential to scale affordable mobility on the continent?
Let's first talk about scale, I think, is the big answer on everything. You don't want to compromise quality. You don't want to compromise safety. And so the pursuit of scale to reduce costs, I think, is really what we're all after collectively here, and one of the cornerstones around the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. In terms of collaboration, I have discovered in Africa that's absolutely key. And I refer to this partnership between public and private enterprise, but also collaboration with groups such as AAAM, other industry development groups that I'm discovering exist in each of these countries that we need to mobilize. The automotive associations, there's very good examples in Tunisia, have best practices sitting here within the continent for us to cut and paste and emulate across all the countries as we all collectively collaborate around a integrated ecosystem for the automotive. So all these collaborations are important, and I think at the end of the day you need a common vision, a common strategy of what we're all aiming to achieve. And I think it's, as a group of people that have this common goal in the industry, I think we're going to be unstoppable. Mike referenced earlier that this is the last frontier of automotive growth, exponential automotive growth in the world. And it's for us collectively in this room to seize and make it a reality, which will then provide affordable mobility for Africans that are, for the future, you know, growing with mainstream middle class. It's going to enable the freedom that is so desired by the population. And I think I referenced last night that only 70 out of 1,000 people currently in Africa, on average, own a vehicle. And so to unlock opportunities, you've got to unlock mobility. That doesn't necessarily mean you have to replace public transportation. It's definitely a complementary strategy, but one that is crucial for the development of the continent. So hopefully that answers the question, but definitely there needs to be collaboration on all fronts.
Thanks, Sharon. And then from one OEM to the other, Mike. So, what opportunities really do exist now for integrating micromobility into urban transport planning? So, is it public-private partnerships?
It definitely has to be partnerships to make the ecosystem work. But I think the just sheer force of what's happening in Africa will make it absolutely critical to integrate into the whole chain. I mean, we look at it, the numbers that we've heard over the last few days. To put it in perspective, by the end of the century, 12 of the world's 20 biggest mega cities will be on this continent. Lagos, the biggest. If we don't address the issue of micromobility and mobility, we're going to struggle. We had a very good presentation yesterday from Jane and from the UN in terms of the challenges the continent faces with the dumping of used vehicles, dangerous vehicles, not compliant in many cases with standards. Why is it happening? It's that we have a continent that, as Sharon mentioned, has a third. Its vehicles per thousand is a third of the global average. It's because of affordability. And we will never stop used vehicles if we don't offer alternatives for affordability of mobility. So hence, for me, for us, I think all of us, it's important to address the issue of affordable mobility, to eliminate or reduce the used vehicle issues that we have on the continent. But the sheer direction that the Africa continent's taking, the population demographics, the need for mobility, I think will force us to move in that direction. And we'll have to work together.
Thanks, Mark. And yeah, there is, I think, really a big need for micromobility in order for cities also not to be congested, because this is now the best example. Kassem was stuck in traffic. That's why he's late. So Kassem, hopefully at the next IITF we see a growth in micromobility. Cities are not congested anymore, and then everyone is on time. I'm happy you're here. So Kassem is the CEO of O Group and also of Rana Motors Ghana, also a long-standing partner of the AAAM. And we touched on it yesterday. Ghana is also evolving. Has an evolving auto industry. The government announced 5 years ago the implementation of an auto policy. We do know that there is some provisions which are still outstanding, which I think also hinders the scaling up of the industry in Ghana. But I think you and I know you're very passionate and you're pushing for it, are very hopeful that at the end of the year we'll implement that policy and we really see a growth. But I want to hear from you also, if you can share your experiences from Ghana and how you really see affordable mobility growing in Ghana. So before you answer that, when I moved to Africa 5 years ago, that was actually the first time I was looking at buying a vehicle. Because I grew up in Germany, in Berlin, and you have public transport, you cycle to work, you don't really need a car, even though some OEMs don't want to hear that. So I was really looking at buying my first car when I moved to Africa, and I was so shocked when I saw the vehicle financing rates, the loans, yeah. So that's something I never experienced before. That's why I really do think we need affordable mobility in order to scale. So Kasem, what are your experiences for Ghana? How do you see the market evolving?
Thank you. And sorry again for being late. Actually, affordable mobility, to give an example of Ghana, I think you've seen yesterday we've signed a memorandum of understanding with Afreximbank, where there's a loan at low interest rates being given, which will give capabilities to people in Ghana to have more affordable loans on vehicles. But actually, I would say the problem is not there. It's more in how can we, because people in Africa in general don't have access to the loans. And usually, for them to have access, you have to have systems in place where you build banking credibility or even insurance credibility. So we don't have these systems yet in the system where you would make it much easier to build a credible file for the banks to be able to give. Lowering the risk is one of the really big issues that we face, and usually in Europe or in the US, it's much easier to have access because everything is well organized. The systems are well organized. What we did, for example, today in Ghana, what we're trying to do is we're trying to set up a database where all the dealers will be on that database, where banks will be connected to those databases, where insurance companies will be connected to these databases. And also it makes the information flow, the history of the vehicle, like everything in one place, so it can lower the risks for the banks for them to be able to be giving those loans at lower interest rates. Thank you.
Thanks. And adding up on to that, because you mentioned creating a database, and we all know that data is key in Africa in order to do business, to understand the market. So do you think technology is one of the factors, like softwares and data systems is one of the enablers to lower the barrier for ownership of vehicles?
Yes, actually, I would say technology and data is very important because what we've discovered, also give an example as Ghana, is the banks wants to have data about the vehicle, they want to have data about the valuation of the vehicle, and they need the whole cycle to be credible, or they need the whole cycle to be protected. As you said, we've went into a venture as an association where we're building a database, we're creating, how do I put it? We're creating a system where the banks, the insurance companies, the dealers are all on one platform where they can communicate with each other, but also at the same time where all the documents are stored, are being able to, you can review them from time to time, you can see what's happening, and of course reaching technologically to a stage where you have a full system that can give you statistics, that can build forecasts to attract even more OEMs coming into the market in the future. So yes, definitely technology is very important. Technology is becoming very important on the whole aspect of the financing, and even like yesterday we were talking about the used vehicles. How do we make sure that those vehicles are being also financed at the second cycle of being used vehicles in the future. So once you've built a full history about the vehicle, you know that everything is okay, the accidents, the repair history, the maintenance history is on that system. It makes it much, much easier also for the banks to refinance these vehicles as second-hand in the future as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Kassem. So maybe to touch on the financing part, because I think, the biggest thing to unlock this is vehicle asset financing. And we as an association, we don't only have OEMs and component manufacturers as members, we also have service providers like financial institutions or logistic companies as members. And I do believe we need to work together, as you also said, with financial institutions. Do you think there is sometimes, and we hear Afreximbank is hosting the IETF, do you think there's sometimes a lack of interest from financial institutions to support vehicle financing? Or do you think it's a priority for them, especially in Ghana?
Well, I think actually even it was mentioned yesterday, the issue is, unfortunately, banks in our area would prefer giving loans to the government than to be giving loans to the businesses, because it's much like the risk is lower for them financially. So yes, people are like the financial institutions are finding it difficult to finance assets like the vehicles, as I said, because of the lack of information, the lack of data, the lack of also, like one of the main issues like insurance, like they don't know even like if this individual is insurance-wise, what's his risk in terms of accidents or so yes, it is for me, the way I look at it, it's a full system where you need to create transparency, credibility, and yes, then later on the financial institutions will be ready and even will be eager to even increase their investments and financing in the asset-based finance on the vehicles themselves.
Thanks, Kassem. And then maybe a question to everyone, starting from top to bottom with Mike. So what would be for you the #1 action point in order to accelerate adoption across Africa? What would it be? If we can start with Mike and then move down.
Well, I think first of all, one of the key reasons we all gathered in the IATF is to move forward into Africa trade, to move the implementation of the Continental Free Trade Agreement. So I think that is a key part of which micromobility needs to be part of. And to make micromobility, affordable mobility work, we need to create the right ecosystem, which is beyond just the hardware. The one important one you're talking about is finance. I've yet to find a financial institution who wants to lend money with knowing they're not going to get it back. So we need to create that environment that micro-lending, micro-financing, all the ecosystem elements of affordable mobility and micromobility in place. And then I think it will be unstoppable, the growth that we can experience.
Thank you. I will add with it, it will be great to design, to build, and to export micromobility from Africa and to other countries. So this is a driven message that we can work on it with locally, in different countries, with our technology, our cluster of electronic, of mechatronic, of cable, and develop this car, develop this system, and after build it locally to reduce the supply chain, improve the carbon fit, and have, of course, indirectly best competitive cost. And in the end, it's to share these goods between all the African countries, so export them. So there we come back to this rule of having we speak a lot about origin. And if the components are made locally, of course, no tax. And in the end, the user will benefit from this. This is what is driving us.
Thanks, Yvette. Sharon?
Yeah, I think achieving scale is just the start of this journey. I think Mike touched on it. You need to look at the whole of life cost of vehicles from end to end. And while OEMs and component companies are working to scale affordable automotive, we also need to look at the finance component and look at creative and innovative ways to start shifting some of the customers from an ownership model to a user model and start exploring those. After sales support, parts costs down the road comes with scale again, and resale valuation, that's tied to data, which would allow us to unlock different financial models that are more user-oriented versus ownership-oriented. So I think we got to look at it end-to-end, and Mike referenced ecosystem, in addition to all the efforts that we're doing to try to scale the business across the continent.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, as you said, scalability is the most important thing for the affordability to be there. But I would say data, and most importantly, data transparency in the industry as a whole. Because once we have that data transparency, we will be able to forecast better and see how we can grow and make vehicles even more affordable in the future. Thank you.
Thanks, Kassem. Obviously, I have to agree with everyone here with your priorities, but I'm also with you, Kassem. Data. I think data is really key, whether it is now for scaling up affordable mobility or for everything else we want to do within Africa. Before I ask my last and very hard question, I would like to open the floor for questions from the audience, because I know that this is a pressuring topic. So please feel free to raise your hand, quickly introduce yourself, and then ask a question to one of the panelists or to everyone. We have microphones here in the audience.
Yes, good morning. Olivier Marty from ITC, International Trade Center from Geneva. It's a UN and WTO agency. I have a question concerning the EV mobility in the 2- and 3-wheelers market, because you alluded to the importance of the battery, and I'd like to hear the views of the panel on how this battery cell manufacturing could take place in one of the African countries, because we know that battery cells are usually imported from China, and this is the key of the EV vehicle. So what are the views of the panel of this possibility and for countries to work together to make this happen?
Thanks. Do you want to direct the question to someone, or? Mike.
I think irrespective of whether it is micromobility or any form of mobility, it's an ongoing question in terms of cell manufacturing. I think it's highly unlikely at this stage that we're going to see cell manufacturing happen. It takes anything from 4 to 6 years to get a gigafactory online. But certainly, I think there's opportunity for integration in the process. And obviously, a key element that we're all aware of is the Africa continent has a significant proportion of both the critical and raw materials needed for new energy vehicles. So progressively, we've got to look at how we can have further beneficiation in that process. But I think we need to be realistic. It's not going to happen overnight that we will actually be into the cell manufacturing, but integration and assembly possibly. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
I have the mic here.
Okay. Who's next? The gentleman there with the microphone, yes?
Simon. Hello. Hi, I'm Simon Davis, founder of Ox Delivers. So we kind of conflated slightly micromobility and affordable mobility. Like moving people is useful, but moving stuff is more valuable. We very much have talked a lot today about the kind of normal automotive models that have existed for perhaps 100 and something years. We've seen, you pointed out about what's changed in the two-wheeler segment, particularly in East Africa. Do you think there are different models for, say, cargo transport that move away from a traditional ownership model towards a service model, and how would we implement those?
Sharon, do you want to take the question? Or?
Well, I think I mentioned that we do need to look at all different types of models, not just the traditional ownership model. I think this gentleman just mentioned data being key in order for us to look at other servicing models. SaaS models, I think, is what you're referring to. Other countries obviously have those types of models implemented. It does allow accessibility to solutions. But I think, again, you need financial institutions involved in that equation as well. I think if that foundation is there, I think OEMs would jump to those types of different alternative solutions. And I don't know if my other colleagues might have other answers.
So certainly goods are critical, as is people, but I think goods is probably one of the bigger opportunities because it can create revenue streams. We all running various, well, certainly we in Uganda, we're running some pilots in Kampala, looking at different models, doing work for some of the multinationals. There's advertising revenue on the side of the vehicle. Key element is the platforms that generate the delivery instructions, the delivery work, the revenue for that. So yeah, the ownership models are evolving all the time, but it's one thing that doesn't change. Daily revenue must exceed daily cost. Otherwise, it's not sustainable.
Thanks, Mike.
Ibrahim Tabash, I'm an automotive expert working with the TAA, Tunisian Automotive Association. I'm also the chairman of Volkswagen Group in Tunisia. I have two questions to our colleagues. First is how we can address the problem of access to electricity when we are talking about e-mobility in Africa. So when we talk about building ecosystem, I think this point is a key point. And you already talked about it a little bit. It's how we can promote digitalization solution in order to offer accessibility to as many people as possible. Because as you said, owning a vehicle, even a micro mobility solution, is not maybe the best case. Maybe it's just to have access to that through platform, as Mike was saying. Just two questions about that. Thank you.
Do you want to direct the question to someone?
Maybe about the solution, digitalization. Maybe Kassem can talk about what's happening in Ghana. And regarding electricity, we don't have any someone from state-owned, but maybe the OEMs, Sharon and Mike can answer it. Thank you.
So your question is about the e-mobility related to... Okay. Yeah, we go back to the same issue. Is anyway, for me, I have another point of view about e-mobility in Ghana, for example. It's still it's still beginning. It's going to take time. Even I believe in clean energy before we even go into full e-mobility in the future. But the digitalization can help in setting up the how do I put it, is in helping maybe the companies to understand more about the use cases of the vehicles in Ghana, or how it, but honestly speaking, before we go into that, I think we need to build the basis of digitalization, make sure that the data is built properly on the whole industry as a whole before we even get there, so we can be able to understand better what's happening in that area. Thank you.
So I think certainly there are a number of very well developed platforms in which to digitize and commercialize the whole issue of micromobility and affordable mobility. But that is I know in my discussions with yourself and Tunisia, you have that capability in terms of developing those platforms. So we need to do that. We need to continually do that. But the one reality is it will be connected. And we know the use of mobile technology or mobile phones in Africa is probably one of the highest, is the highest in any continent. It's phenomenal. Just before I pass back on the electricity issue, it's a journey. We know that you've all been to Egypt. If you go into Cairo and Mahdi, can you imagine all those extension cables trying to charge the vehicles overnight? It won't work. But swap battery systems, the technology of things like range extended electric vehicles, so plug-in hybrid type of approach. There isn't one solution. It'll be a journey. But I think our objective needs to be to go cleaner. We need to also address the affordability issue in terms of total operating costs as well. It's a journey. It's not going to happen overnight.
Okay. Regarding the electricity, this is a big change maker today. We are driving the industry to produce it with green energy. And I think a lot of countries, and we have some examples, the Morocco, Tunisia, Egypt, are driving to put this photovoltaic field. Okay. In the I have behind me 2 OEM, they are pushing us to have 35% of our green energy, of our production with green energy in the next few years. And the most of component car maker, we are building this. We are transforming our company, our building, to produce energy and to use it for the production of the part. Of course, this will continue when you use this car too. And I think we know a lot of initiative on different countries and help and support to build and to have some of our of the energy coming from green or aeolian. So this is a big subject. It's sometimes we have some ranking with that, and we are driving the industry with putting new green energy.
Thanks, and thanks for touching on electricity. I think it just also shows how complex that ecosystem is. And I mean, affordable mobility, we need it for ICE vehicles, which will still drive for quite some time in Africa. And I know we talked a lot about electric two and three-wheelers. But for that we do need sustainable, affordable electricity, which is still a challenge in a lot of regions in Africa. I see Victor, we have another question.
I have a quick question. Victor, I'm here.
Oh, okay. 1, 2, yeah.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Mr. Agul Muqdad, Minister of Industry in Algeria. Thank you for your all presentation that we find very interesting and important for us to get some information about Africa and the job in Africa. My question is about, essentially about human research. I think you talked about anything, a lot of questions about a lot of priorities of technology, of anything about technology and human research. You found, I think, that human resource, it's important to be made in strategy or to be developing our strategy or mobility. What about this activity or this factor, human resource? You know that we are in Africa, a lot of young people, we have to develop their competence, their skills in automobile. What do you think about this condition, human resource? Thank you very much.
Thank you. So skills development, Kassem, I would like to hand that question to you because I also know that you are running a great project in Ghana on skills development.
Yeah, I agree with you. Skills is the basics of any industry, skills development. It is, in my opinion, it is a given that you need, in any industry you're in, especially in the automotive, you need to be building the skills. And that's why I think in a lot of markets, a lot of OEMs and even a lot of local companies are building training centers and making sure that they can develop the vocational training systems For example, for us in Ghana, we've tried hard in changing the perception, because we have a lot of mechanical and electrical engineers getting graduated every year in Ghana, but when it comes to practicality and to understanding the automotive industry, it is nearly null. So what we've done in that space is to train the instructors of the different vocational training centers, even train the instructors in the different universities, so they can start giving them more and more about the automotive curriculum in the universities and the vocational training centers. And especially, most important thing is focusing on the practical point of view, because we are, one of the main issues that we're facing is people are graduating from universities but with zero practicality, only theories, and that's where we really lack. So this is the real focus, but it will take some time to build that. And yes, I totally agree with you that the base of any industry is the skills of the people in that industry. Thank you.
By experience in Tunisia, when we started all the manufacture of automotive part, we created the Tunisian Automotive Academy. So, and what we see today, and with the help of the VDA and the AAA, this was one of our first initiatives: create, train, and coach the resources and the one that will develop this new product. And what is very interesting today is that also we receive people from Algeria, from Morocco, from other continents to be trained in Tunisia. And the trainees are also certified by the VDA. So this is really one of the important points to share with all the other members of the continent, of course, about this academy. And last year, until now, in 3 years, we trained more than 3,000 people. So it's great. And it's really a success story. Good.
Thanks, Imet. And I know we have one question there. I think we're all awake now.
Thank you, Victoria. My name is Frederick Sedu from Afreximbank. I have two questions. The first one really is, how do we, or probably let's say, how do OEMs, let me address it to you, how do you as OEMs think we can capacitize and get more out of governments in promoting signages in developing the industry? The question really is the how. We know the what, how. How do you as OEMs think we can really bring governments to the table, bring financiers to the table to get the industry going? And my second question is to Mike. Probably Mike has looked into his crystal ball and sees micromobility is the way with three-wheelers. I'm just wondering, Mike, don't you think this is going to be a nightmare? Kassam couldn't come here because of traffic. And micromobility, because of affordability, is just going to be everywhere. I'm wondering where we're going to run these vehicles on the streets. I want to understand where you're going. That's all I'm asking. Thank you.
So for what will help development is, one of the big opportunities that I see is also we go back to the government. The government have to buy this first micromobility car. For the post, the electricity, all this standard function, it will create volume. It will create the first sales. It will create indirectly the infrastructure for this car and make the business growing. Of course, after we have to have the right vehicle needed for the person.
So I think the first, I'm going to also I'll try and answer a bit of the first question. I think we look at where we are in terms of this journey of automotive being a key pillar of the future development, industrialization of Africa. You're quite right. We need government involvement. We need all stakeholders. And I think if we look at the role that specifically Afreximbank, AAAM as a private sector, the various component manufacturers have played in conjunction with government is why we are where we are, and we've worked together. So that's got to continue. So very important that not any one stakeholder can actually do it. It's got to be a collaborative effort between public, private, and bank. Micromobility, 2-, 3-, and 4-wheeler. It could be interesting if we look at the traffic at the moment, but the one thing that we must remember is the Africa transport system is built on affordable movement. Let's just take people, forget about even goods. But as we saw yesterday, the minibus taxi fleet has an average age of 26 years. There's only so much one can do to keep it going. I think in Nigeria they've done an exceptional job of keeping vehicles that were built in originally the Volkswagen factory in Lagos still on the road. But there is no replacement an affordable vehicle to that. So at some point in time, there has to be other solutions to move people around and give mobility. So as much as it is a challenge, we will have to address it from road infrastructures and things, but certainly we must remember that we have a very, very aging people moving fleet, and we've got to regenerate it, and I think the issue is affordable mobility. But it won't only be 3-wheelers, it's 2, 3, 4 as well, and it play a big role in that.
Thank you. We have time for one last question. Okay, I see. Okay, 3 but short ones. The gentleman in the middle. Okay.
So, good morning. My name is Rami. I'm the CEO chairman of QBBM Limited, based in Ghana. So, as we look toward the future of electric vehicles, how do you anticipate their performance will evolve in terms of driving range and adaptability to varying weather conditions in Africa, of course? Additionally, what role do you see the EV industry playing in the development of Africa's automotive and energy sector, especially considering the constitution unique challenge and opportunities? And if we are looking for the EV cars industry development in Africa, which one you see or you think we have to go first for like a priority for this industry cars? We have to go with facility charging systems by implementing this system, or we start by developing and promoting this kind of EV cars? Thank you.
Yeah, that was a very long question. I would direct it to the OEMs.
That was a long question. Just to step back a little bit, for General Motors, our long-term vision is we call it our 000 strategy, which is zero emissions, zero congestion, and in terms of our zero strategy, we do see a future where there will be EVs in Africa as well, but we're going to have to follow the customers' interest and demand for it, and then we'll adjust. From a range perspective, that still continues to be a challenge. Eventually, the technology and the chemistry will evolve to a point where we will get parity. But in the short term, it's going to be a journey where we're going to transition, let's call it new energy vehicles. There's a spectrum of electric vehicles from pure battery electric all the way to plug-in hybrids and hybrids. And I would say that Africa is probably one of those places where we're going to go through this journey. It'll likely be slower than some other countries and regions around the world. Nonetheless, we will be making that journey. One of the opportunities is, and one of the challenges in Africa is having good quality fuel. To be able to enable, to bypass that challenge, electric vehicles could be a solution. It would probably first be more inner-city type solutions because of the range. But eventually, and this is the key part, is you do need an affordable EV to be able to hit the mainstream. In most cases, OEMs will enter a market more at the luxury end because that's where the demand is at the moment. I think the thing that we're going to have to crack is to be able to offer up an affordable EV to the mainstream consumer in Africa. And that'll require local production at some point within within Africa, and we're all working towards achieving that vision. That is going to require very much a partnership between public and private sectors because you need the infrastructure of charging to be in place. You need zoning codes to change. Mike referenced in Egypt how people have cords coming out of their third-floor apartments to charge up their cars. All that needs to be addressed, in addition to affordable electricity and reliable charging points. That's one of the bigger challenges. You could have the charging points, but when you get there to charge, if it's not working, that's a challenge as well. So there's a ton of things that needs to be developed within the ecosystem to really enable confidence in adopting electric vehicles in any place around the world. And so we have to all work together towards that vision. I would say that it'll take some time in Africa. Nonetheless, I think the OEMs are all working, have strategies to get to a more sustainable future, and electrification has to be part of that, as well as connectivity, because having connected electric cars would really unlock mobility for mainstream Africans.
Thanks.
That's my perspective. Mike, you probably have some too.
No, just the one very important point we mustn't forget, the automotive strategy for Africa, which has been adopted by the heads of state, also has the element of harmonization of vehicle standards. And we will never make any real progress unless we also address that. And there's a lot of working groups going on that. And one of them is things like fuel quality. It also covers electric vehicle standards. But we need harmonization of standards.
Thank you. Okay, we had two last questions, one from Jane. If we can have a microphone there, please.
Mine is just a comment, maybe just to follow up on what Mike was saying. If you look at the East African countries, Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, more motorcycles are now imported than vehicles. You know, they're the largest segment. So I support what he's saying about micromobility. It is a nightmare for governments. I know governments, you know, they're already there, but governments are looking at it as last mile, last mile connectivity, especially when it comes to public transport, but they're already there. When you look at the rural areas, they're already there. And if you look at the trends, for example, because of the battery swapping technology, if you look at what is happening in Kenya, for example, this year, there's been an upsurge of electric two-wheelers because of the battery swapping. There's the issue of electricity. Yes, connectivity is still low, but the utility company, about 90% of the electricity within East Africa is almost is renewable. In Kenya, 90% is renewable. There's a lot of excess electricity at night when people go to sleep. So even the utility company is looking at how do they plug in instead of wasting that electricity. And the public transport and the two-wheelers, you know, there are opportunities that are being looked at for electrification.
Thanks, Jane, for the comment. I think there was one last question in the back. Yeah.
Hello. This is Aya Ali from Egypt, from a freight forwarding and logistic company. My question to Ms. Sharon, especially you're coming from the same country, since Egypt really suffers from that heavy area of pollution, so from GM and coming from the background of locally manufacturing over 1 million vehicles, so what is the plan for GM to move from to the biofuel and to the green fuel in Egypt? For this big number of the trucking companies and the personal use companies, what is the plan for GM to move to the biofuel and fuel and to the green fuel? This is my question.
Sorry, what plan to?
The plan to transfer from the normal oil or the fuel to the green fuel. and the
Okay.
biofuel in Egypt for this big number of vehicles we have in Egypt?
Yeah, so we're exploring a number of things, not ready to really announce, but as you remember at COP27, we were able to sponsor, along with our automotive partners at Mansour, electric vehicles up at Sharm el Sheikh a few years ago. We had over close to 80, 90 vehicles on the road that were all electric. That was a great testing incubator for us to really get a sense of how electric vehicles would be used for the population. And since that day, a few years ago, we've been working towards how do you unlock introducing electric vehicles produced in Egypt for Egyptians. One of the key enablers is obviously going to be government policies. Currently in Egypt, you can import electric vehicles for zero duties. And so we'll have to figure out a way for a business case to exist in Egypt to be able to actually produce EVs in a way that makes sense for the OEMs as well. And I think that's going to require both, again, public and private sector to be working very closely together. I think one of the items is the government has a massive fleet of vehicles that we would love to replace with more sustainable new energy vehicles, and all those discussions need to happen in order for us to be able to find a business case to produce electric vehicles at scale in Egypt, amongst all the other ecosystem items that we've just talked about. But the future's coming. There's no doubt about that. We are going to have to work collectively with all sectors to try to figure out how to unlock it in Egypt. But it's a great question. Thank you.
And I think it's a great closing statement as well, Sharon. Thanks for that. So thanks to all of you. We're now at the end of the session. And I think what came out strong is that affordable mobility is key to unlock scale in Africa. Because you heard a lot of commitment from OEMs, also from component manufacturers. We want to manufacture in Africa for Africa. And obviously, and it came through to all of the questions, the ecosystem is very complex. So there's a couple of factors which have been challenges, but we're all working together on it, also with UNIP. Thanks, Jane, for your comment. You're also doing tremendous work within Africa when it comes to the used vehicle transition towards cleaner and new vehicles. So the ecosystem is just very, very complex. So we need to address all of these challenges, whether it is a lack of data, whether it is unreliable electricity, whether it is skills development. We need to further develop, but I think it's clear we're all trying our best in order to solve this, and I do believe we have a very bright future when it comes to mobility in Africa, and we need collaboration. That's for us as an association really the priority, and we call 2025 as the year of collaboration because we can't do it on our own. We also need financial institutions like Afreximbank and others in order to make our vision happening, but it is already happening, as you heard from various best practice examples from our speakers. So thank you very much, and please give this panel a round of very warm applause. Thank you.
Thank you, Victoria, and thank you all panelists for your intervention. And thank you for your participation, Her Excellency, U.S. Ambassador. Thank you for your presence. Now, session 6, Advancing Sustainable Mobility in Africa. الجلسة السادسة تعزيز التنقل المستدام في إفريقيا. La promotion de la mobilité durable en Afrique. Modération conjointe, Jean-Philippe Marié et Niles Bahana. Alors Jean-Philippe Marié a rejoint Robert Bosch en 2005, où il a occupé plusieurs fonctions, notamment dans la gestion de systèmes complexes et techniques. Depuis 2021, il occupe le poste de directeur de Bosch Mobility Solutions. Nous avons également avec nous M. Bahana, plus de 15 ans d'expérience dans le développement automobile au sein de Volkswagen Group Africa. Activement impliqué depuis une dizaine d'années dans le domaine des politiques relatives aux carburants et aux émissions en Afrique du Sud. Donc, s'il vous plaît, le temps que l'ambassadeur des États-Unis quitte la salle, nous invitons M. Bahana et M. Jean-Philippe Maillet à venir nous rejoindre. Ah, ils sont là. Parfait, excellent. Voilà, je vous ai bien présenté et vous êtes les deux modérateurs. Je vous en prie. Comment on prononce?
Hello everyone. Shall we ask maybe Karim and Valerie to join us on stage? Good morning, everybody. Welcome to session 6. My name is Nilesh Bana. I represent Volkswagen Group Africa. I also represent the AAAM. I'll give you an introduction into session 6. This session will be moderated by myself and Jean-Philippe from Bosch. This session of the Automotive Forum will explore the critical levers driving sustainable mobility across the continent. Industry experts that you have here on stage today, we will unpack the key powertrains and trends emerging in Africa, alongside strategies for value chain development that support green growth and industrial resilience. The session will also delve into the role of logistics infrastructure, fuel quality standards, and the rising potential of 2- and 3-wheelers as accessible, low-emissions transport solutions. With sustainability now a central pillar of mobility and its transformation, this session will highlight pathways in Africa to leapfrog legacy systems and embrace cleaner, more efficient technologies tailored to local contexts. I think some of the questions that were asked in the previous sessions will fall quite strongly and well placed also in this session. So I'll hand over to my co-moderator, Jean-Philippe, to take over. Thank you. Thank you very much, Nilesh. Before starting, I propose that we also introduce each of everyone from the different panelists, starting by myself. So I'm Jean-Philippe, working from Bosch as a sales director, also being involved in the NACAM associations, the National Component Manufacturer Association in South Africa, as Bosch have currently a manufacturing operation in South Africa. And I am also co-chairing a working group in the AAAM through the alternative powertrain and sustainability. In this regard, maybe in addition to the presentation of the panelists, I may raise the first opening questions to further engage straight after your presentations. Sustainability has been a kind of a buzzword from the past years, but we realize now that it's more than this. It's a clear necessity from the global standpoint and also from the African standpoint. So in addition to your presentations, can you maybe quickly in a few words give us your insights on how do you see this word emerging specifically for Africa? Let's start with you, Valerie, if you want to introduce yourself and quickly answer this question.
Thank you. So hi everyone, my name is Valerie Labby and I'm the co-founder and CEO of Wahoo Mobility. And at Wahoo Mobility, we design and manufacture smart electric vehicles based in Ghana. And those vehicles are connected to our digital platform that allows us to manage the life cycle of a rider and an electric vehicle from purchase all the way to end of life. I think to your point and your question on the word sustainability, I think that there's been different kind of aspects of sustainability, micromobility, but I think that where I like to start is across Africa and most African markets, there is a connectivity gap. And that connectivity gap has 4 areas to it. Firstly, accessibility. Are there even vehicles, particularly in the new energy or electric mobility space, that are designed to suit the needs of African users and the realities of our infrastructure? The second area is affordability. How do we get vehicles to people on the continent in an affordable manner? And I think one of the big challenges we have is on mitigating a perceived risk profile of individual users. The third area is around connectivity. So at the heart of everything we do in Wahoo is we are aggregating data points to really be able to give a digital footprint of every user of our vehicle. And so that's allowing us to connect telematic data to repayment history. But I think also as we start to look at infrastructure and energy, there is a connectivity piece around aggregating energy infrastructure. And then I think the final piece for me, when we're looking at bridging this connectivity gap, is productivity. The starting point for most of these vehicles is their workhorses. So how are we also building in to the sustainable mobility kind of transition? How can we make these vehicles tools for people to actually make money? And I think if we can look at those 4 different areas at Wahoo, we've been building hardware, software, and leveraging data to be able to create a full end-to-end EV ecosystem. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Valerie. Can you maybe precise what type of vehicles we're talking about? Is it a 4-wheeler, 2, 3-wheelers?
Yeah. So we went to market with our signature electric bike. And this is a pedal assist 2-wheeler where you can basically take the batteries off the vehicle and charge the same way you would your phone or your laptop. And we started with that vehicle because it was an easy vehicle to localize. It was an easy vehicle to charge. Now where we're pivoting to is to be able to use our factory footprint plus our digital platform to layer on new vehicles. So adding electric motorbike, electric tricycle, and then also an electric truck for cargo.
All right, thank you very much. So as mentioned by Nilesh in the introduction, it definitely gives a significant echo to the previous panel sessions regarding data management, and it's a great success, and Wahoo was able to do everything by its own, which is kind of a way to do things. Maybe Nilesh, if you want to also present slightly more in detail who you are and what you're doing also on behalf of AAAM and VW.
Yes, thank you, JP. So, my background is that I'm currently manager at Volkswagen Group Africa for powertrain development, which lends itself to the investigation into the topic of fuel quality and the importance of fuel quality when it comes to vehicle technology and that of emissions regulations. So I've now joined the AAAM, and at the AAAM we have a working group which specifically looks into fuels and emissions in Africa, and our key role is to lobby with markets to improve fuel quality across the continent. Fuel quality is not produced the same everywhere you go, it's different. We have cleaner fuels in Europe, in Japan. We have not so clean fuels across Africa, and that's where the challenge lies with vehicle OEMs trying to introduce modern, safer technology vehicles that will be, in this case of our discussion today about sustainability, but unfortunately will not operate correctly under those environments of poor quality fuels. So we really are trying to lobby with governments, together with UNEP, together with standards bureaus across the African continent, Department of Minerals and Energies across the continent for cleaner fuels in Africa.
All right, thank you very much, Nilesh. Karim, let's go to you. Present yourself, please, and what do you see as the key enablers in Africa for further sustainability mobility solutions?
Hi, I'm Karim Aziz, country manager of DHL Algeria. So we can see now it's not a buzzword, it's action from government, from private sectors, and from the people. Government create the awareness, create the infrastructure, and then we start as logistics and supply chain companies to work on the optimizations of the routes, multimodal solutions for our customers. We are measuring the CO2 emission. Also, we are investing a lot on changing our fleet to e-vehicles. So we can see now a lot of countries, we do the last mile delivery with electric vehicles. So we are investing as a private sector in this part. Governments are investing. So I can see this is, if we have joint vision, governments, private sector, and people, we can improve the current situation and move to much more greener environment.
Okay, thank you very much, Karim. Shall we maybe jump to the more detailed questions in English?
Yes, thank you, JP. So we have some questions for each of the panelists, and it'll be directly related to their industry and their current expert fields. So I'll start with you, JP. Bosch has a global footprint in powertrain technologies. How do you see Africa adopting to global shifts in electrification and alternative fuels while building local value chains?
All right, so you're right. Bosch is a global player and across all the different mobility solutions. Maybe before jumping straight to the answer for Africa, we can have a quick look on what is currently the trends in on the global situations. And talking about mobility is also very wide, going from e-bike, two-wheelers, three-wheelers, micromobility, passenger cars, light commercial vehicles, EV duty vehicles, and we may even extend it to maritime, air freight, aircraft. Let's take aside the railway and the aircraft and the maritime because it's kind of very specific, but all over these mobility solutions, there is different type of applications, and we believe there is different type of solutions to make it greener. It goes from full electric to mild hybrid, plug-in hybrid. For some solutions, it may also even remain with an internal combustion engines, but with a cleaner fuel. Either cleaner fuel in terms of emissions, increasing the standards, or cleaner fuel with reducing significantly the emissions with alternative fuels, either e-fuels or H2 or H2 derivatives, like hydrogens. And this complexity of solutions, this complexity of answers toward the sustainability is very diverse from the applications and from the region of the world. And then back to Africa. Africa in such is also very diverse by itself from north to south with different climate conditions, with different availability in the infrastructures, with the different source of electricities, availability of electricities, and cost and affordability. So again, the answer cannot be one for all. It will be very specific on all the different applications. Within Bosch, we try to remain very agnostic. We want to support every single solution that can bring some, let's say, sustainable improvement, targeting on the long run the neutrality in the carbon footprint, but it will be a journey. We can't, again, not depending on the solutions. In some solutions, we may leapfrog straight to the zero emissions, like maybe two-wheelers or e-bikes, jumping straight to full electric, avoiding any emissions. But with many others, we will need to make it on a step-by-step. And I'm guessing that the African solution, to make it sustainable as has a wide sense of the word, making profitable for the industry, affordable for the customers, reducing the emissions, so all included to make it a true business case, we'll need to have a specific solutions. So maybe it will go through further extending the lifetime of the internal combustion engines, but having some further improvement on the fuel quality, maybe jumping to some fuel cell applications, some electrical buses, some alternative powertrain like internal combustion engines with a blend of natural gas, of decarbonized gas like hydrogen, but still running with some petrol and diesel. Everything which will help Africa to become greener will be more than welcome, as long as it fits to the purpose. In opposition to Europe, where there is some policies and plenty of incentive, which are kind of trying to change the way of using from the customer perspective by incentivizing this new way of using the mobility solutions. Africa can't afford it to give so much of incentives, so the solution will definitely need to fit 100% the customer need. And it will most probably be very specific in Africa for Africa.
Thank you, JP.
Okay, then question to you, Karim, please. Let me just. Sorry. Karim, in terms of sustainable mobility in the logistics sectors, sustainability is not only about the solution by itself, it's also on moving goods. And you're an expert on it. How do you believe that the African logistic infrastructures will evolve and support this transition?
Well, actually, there is now a lot of improvement in the infrastructure. We can see countries is investing in the rail solutions now. A lot of countries are investing now in Africa in the rail solution. There is also the multimodal, the infrastructure for the roads between countries. The investments in the electric vehicle stations, investments in the green energy, as you said, no one solution can fit all, so there is investments in the green hydrogen, there is investments in the electric stations, investment in rail, multimodal. From our part as a logistics company, we are investing in our facilities to move it on more greener electricity, solar panels everywhere. We are start to introduce electric trucks in the Middle East and Africa market. We can see now introduction of the electrical trucks in South Africa. We can see some in the Gulf area. We are measuring as much as we can. We have a vision for 2030 that we will be the greener company. So we are investing in the alternative fuel for our aircrafts. We are investing in the electric vehicles for our last mile delivery. We are investing and optimizing the routes of the deliveries. We have the big data analysis, so we can much more optimize and look for better solution. So as you said, no one solution can fit all. We are working in all aspects to try to fit the solution for each country and each customer.
Okay, in the frame of this AATF and the trade between countries in Africa, do you see some specific challenges on it? I mean, if you have a cross-border trucks will go from country A to country B with different level of fuel quality or regulations or availability of electricity, can it be a real issue for you to go into this sustainability journey?
Actually, yes. I mean, you cannot move from Egypt to Libya if you don't have the electric stations yet in Libya. You cannot move the electric trucks, so you will rely on the normal trucks, the fuel trucks. So it depends on the, I mean, there is, it should be one vision for Africa to invest for the governments in the infrastructure, to push more, to incentivize more the electric and the green fuel. We can see also the creation of the awareness for the people to push much more for this. The joint venture between private sectors to invest much more in the green energy.
Thank you very much, Karim.
Thank you.
Thank you, JP. Ms. Valerie, question for you. So there has been talk already about 2- and 3-wheelers. So it's in the conversation's in the room. And I think people are seeing that there's a need for their existence when it comes to Africa's mobility. If you could maybe just give us some insights into how you see it shaping inclusive and sustainable transport going into the future, please.
Yeah, thank you for that question. I think the starting point for me is I'm a true believer that every vehicle on the continent will go electric in the next 10 years. So if we start with that precedent, then the question is, what investments do we need to make, and where do we need to make those investments for that transition to be inclusive, equitable, and sustainable? I think the starting point for us has been obviously 2- and 3-wheelers unlock productive potential in the market, like I mentioned before, around connectivity, because as an easier vehicle to use and potentially an easier vehicle to buy, there is going to be a lot of demand as we see mobility marketplaces really start to push more logistics services, kind of terminating with micromobility. But I think that the important thing for, like, from an industry perspective is also around, in order to really implement it in a way that can scale, firstly, we need to be able to frame the adoption of these vehicles in policy. And so one of the spaces that I've been sitting, I think for the last 2.5 years, I've been pushing for the automotive policy in Ghana to include a definition of electric vehicles that is broader than just a vehicle with 4 wheels, because at the moment, by having such a narrow definition in the automotive space, it's limiting innovation from the continent. And I think from the conversations that we've had today, one thing that has really been missing or kind of assumed has been that the solutions in the EV and sustainable mobility space will come from outside in. But I think my experience has been there is a lot happening on the ground from within Africa that has been limited by policy, because policy has been written for traditional OEMs. And I think the adoption for 2- and 3-wheelers will be catalyzed if we can see some of those changes in policy. I think in the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, we've seen a lot more around digital protocols on the continent. A lot of value addition is also going to come from IoT devices, from connectivity, from data. And I think that when we look at the transition just from the vehicle type, it's limiting. So, like I said, the transition is already happening, but it is important for us to structure how can it happen in a way that is a benefit to the continent.
Just a follow-up question. So you spoke about the challenges of policy. How are you addressing those challenges, and what has been your experience thus far?
So I think the first thing, like I mentioned, is the definition is too narrow. I think when you're looking at local content, a lot of policies aren't including IP ownership. When we're talking about component localization, there isn't enough of a definition around digital platforms and the role of digital components. I think there's no country that I've seen policies around R&D and the role that R&D is going to play in the automotive industry. But I think maybe just to give an example of one area where policy has helped us, and in Ghana specifically, and in my case, has been around the interplay between carbon markets and Article 6 and the automotive space. So at Wahoo, we, I think, are the second e-mobility company in the world to be able to sign an Article 6 compliance market agreement. So that essentially means that as riders ride my electric vehicles in Accra, they actually earn carbon credits, which is an example of essentially foreign direct investment coming in to de-risk the overall model or the investment in e-mobility. And I think that there should be more examples of how policy has made people rethink about the opportunity of how we finance and how we scale e-mobility, particularly on the 2 and 3 wheelers.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Valerie. And even if I agree with you on the transition, maybe the frame of the transition to full electric is maybe more than 10 years. Hopefully, it will remain around the 10 years, but maybe even 20. And then the question goes to you, Nilesh, because on this transition period, the fuel quality in Africa remain definitely a pressing issue. Can you maybe explain to us what progress have been made harmonizing the fuel standards across the continent?
Yes, thank you, JP. So some progress has been made at various levels. I would say that the one most outstanding achievement is that we have an African regional standard for both petrol and diesel that is Euro 4 enabling, that is published. So at this moment, every country on the continent who is not already at a Euro 4 level enabling fuel has an African standard which they can adopt. The situation in the different, let's call it communities around Africa is different. West Africa, we've seen, has varying fuel standards, and they rely on a combination of imports as well as some local refinery production. That makes it quite challenging to harmonize fuel standards when you don't have the same quality of fuel from the refinery as you do being imported. Now, in some countries, it's the difference between an old refinery and clean imports, whereas when you talk about the Dangote refinery, we have clean refinery fuel and not so clean imports. So we have that situation in sort of West Africa. We have some good news in East Africa, where the East African community is now moving towards very clean, ultra-low sulfur fuels, which is at a level of 10 ppm. And the intention is that it will become mandatory in the next 6 months. So extremely good news there. At the moment in the SADC region, there's a discussion around a harmonized standard for the SADC region. And there again, as Jane mentioned yesterday, the intention is to target Euro 4 enabling fuels. In South Africa, where I'm from, we'll be transitioning to 10 ppm Euro 5 enabling fuels in July of 2027. So the challenge is a combination of harmonizing fuel standards, but for OEMs, it's really also about what we see on the ground, what kind of fuel quality that we see in the markets themselves. But yes, that's the way we are at the moment, and that's why as AAAM we're trying to push that agenda quite strongly going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nilesh. It's also giving an echo to all the discussion we had yesterday regarding the overall harmonizations all over the countries in the continent, regarding the standardizations, regarding the support on the EV policies, and Valerie was raising, and the need to have it coordinated between the countries to ease the adaptations on the NEVs. And Karim, you were also mentioning that, for example, the standardization of the plugging or of the between one country to another. If you want to get a truck crossing a country to another, and you have two different standards to plug your truck in two different countries, and you can't change it on your own truck. So it definitely needs such a standardizations. Back to you, Karim. In the logistics sectors, how do you see the innovations, whether through digitalizations, multimodal, low-emission transport solution, will be the most relevant to Africa in these sectors?
I would say all is relevant for Africa. Multimodal is very important and is very effective in Africa. We have a lot of investments in rail in North and South Africa. Consolidation is a key. Consolidation, I mean, everybody will benefit from the same move, so consolidation is a key. Alternative fuels, also a key, coming from China, coming from Europe. So you can see shipments coming from everywhere. Using alternative fuel will reduce the emissions. So it's not only one aspect. We are trying to see all the aspects where we can put a value on how we can make the world greener. So we are investing in all. We are trying to explore more options and working with our customers, with governments, lobbying, trying to introduce new technologies and new digital platforms. Now we can, on our platform, every customer can measure his shipment emission. So if you can measure it, you can find a solution. So trying to find better routes, optimize the routes using the big data, the analysis, and working together with governments to emphasize on this. That's it.
Thank you, Karim. Maybe just bouncing to the comment from on Valerie on the IP and the R&D. Again, a question to you, Karim, sorry. But do you see any specific innovations that will be required for the African logistics sectors that will fit specifically to Africa, that may be diverse or find a different path than what you see on the global logistic development?
Well, actually, I can see the growth of the e-commerce here in Africa. So we can see that the different mobility solutions, the three-wheelers, the electric scooters, this help in the last mile delivery, and there is a huge boom of the e-commerce and last mile delivery in Africa. I think this should be applied in Africa. Young people are using the bicycles, scooters, and this is a green way of mobility, and this is a great way of the deliveries. So I think this is one of the very important aspects.
Thank you, Karim.
Thank you. So, Ms. Valerie, question for you. In your experience, when it comes to the business models for your battery swapping, pay-as-you-go, two-wheelers, what have you found to be that proves effective in making micromobility solutions accessible, particularly to low-income users? What has been your experience, and what do you believe should be done further to improve the mobility solution to those end users?
I think it depends on the use case. For us at Wahoo, we've been thinking of EVs in kind of 4 main segments. So EVs for gig workers, delivery workers, EVs for government, EVs in agriculture, and then EVs for security services. So this has been the use cases that we've been basically building and trying to understand and gather data on what are the business models or service models that would allow us to effectively scale up EVs in those sectors. And so where we focused as a starting point was electric vehicles for gig workers. And the starting point for us was to understand what were the pain points for delivery riders. The first thing was around most delivery riders in Ghana don't own their own vehicles. We're working for other people. And that's because petrol costs were just so expensive. So a delivery rider would have to borrow or work for a vehicle, rent a vehicle from a fleet owner, and then they would basically work and spend all their money on petrol and then take home a very small amount at the end of the day. So we said, okay, how can we transfer or change that ownership journey by being able to introduce a subscription model to the delivery riders? And so we had to really look at how do we de-risk that model. The starting point was make it a productive asset so that we get data on the earnings of a delivery rider. So we have partnerships with Bolts, Ubers, Yangos, so we can see on a daily basis how much is a delivery rider earning. With that data, it allowed us to start benchmarking how much credit we could then transfer to the gig worker. And so that allowed us to start offering, a subscription model, which essentially now gave us this data ecosystem of being able to know how much a rider is earning, and also know, have a footprint of them paying off a fixed asset. The third thing for us was, as the rider was riding, it was to start building a telematic footprint of how the rider rode, which then allowed us to broker in insurance on that rider's journey, again, de-risking that overall life cycle. And then finally, when we knew how a rider rides, how much they're earning, we have a profile of them paying off a fixed asset, we needed to start looking at how do we maintain that vehicle. So on our platform, we now have a digital marketplace where riders can essentially just take pictures of any issues they have on our vehicles and then also purchase spare parts through the platform, which now allows us to also look at end of life, also crowd in spare parts dealers into that value chain. So it's been a bit of a journey for us, and now we're looking at which other vehicles can we add into that ecosystem that will work for the different use cases. So I think the first starting point for us was really just taking a step back and understanding the user, and not believing the risk profiles of the traditional banks or traditional players in that market, because the reality is the majority of people in Africa don't have any vehicles at all. So the assumptions that we have around the automotive market are based on such a limited subset of people. If we do not lend and if we do not get vehicles to people who need it the most, we will never have that data to actually innovate solutions.
Thank you. Yes, thank you very much, Valerie. It makes definitely a good talk and a good link between the last mile deliveries in the DHL world on the logistics side. And it's very good as well to give this opportunity on the stage to also discuss about, I would say, non-conventional passenger cars, because it's also part of the mobility solutions, and it drives a lot of innovations, and African innovations. Nevertheless, let's get back to Nilesh with, I would say, a bit more conventional passenger car business through VW. How does the fuel quality impact the ability of the OEMs like VW to introduce the newer and more efficient technology into the African market? Because this is what it is about now. If we want to talk about cleaner fuel and standardization of the cleaner fuel, it's how will this bring you the possibility to bring newer technology?
Thanks, JP. So as a member of the AAAM, I can speak on behalf of all OEMs, not just VW. Essentially, it makes it very difficult to introduce modern technology vehicles into a market because the vehicle hasn't been developed for that level of fuel quality. It's been developed for its technology, which could be much higher than what the fuel quality allows. So what that does is it limits the various models that we have to make available to a market, which makes it difficult to introduce brands, introduce models, introduce derivatives, and provide more mobility options to the end user. There's a secondary impact which actually also needs to be mentioned. When we start looking at the actual fuel quality in the market, one of the feedbacks that we get is the level of quality, and then what it does is it asks the question, are we able to develop a product like a robust package or a robust engine or a robust emission system for that market? And if so, what would it look like? How long would it take? And what would it cost? So actually, fuel quality doesn't just have an impact on the end user, or let's call it the life of the vehicle after it's been sold. Fuel quality actually has an impact going all the way back to the start of the value chain, where we start looking at the development of the product, its suitability for the market. And if we are going to go ahead and develop a product for that market, it starts with making a decision on if we're going to introduce technologies, how we're going to develop those technologies, and we call them robust technologies, so they need to deal with the poor quality of fuel. It's additional time, it's additional costs. When we look at the volumes that are associated with these robust solutions, it becomes quite a challenge to make a business case, to put it forward. And it does lend itself to leaving us with very limited options when it comes to products that we have available for those markets. We then have to consider what it would take to manufacture variable products on our production lines. So we have Euro 3 plus Euro 6 or even Euro 7 technologies all down the same production line. It adds complexity, so it adds cost, it adds, and then we have to ship the different vehicles to the different markets, which also adds time and cost along the process. So there's quite a big impact when it comes to variable fuel quality across the continent, and that's why if we had some form of harmonization, I think we would start to see a lot more uptake, a lot more products available, and a lot more uptake of newer vehicles in Africa. Thank you.
All right, thanks very much, Nilesh. I think it's also linked to the key constraint of the automotive industry, which are the scale. We need to have volumes, and inside the continent, if we have an harmonized approach, we may be able to reach such a minimum volume that will make this robust engine design that will fit to the African applications, from the quality of fuel and from the climate, from the type of usage, from the external conditions on how to use it. Thanks very much, Nilesh.
Yeah, thanks, JP. Which actually leads to my question to you, because I've just spoken about components and after sales as well. So what opportunities exist for Africa to localize parts of the sustainable mobility value chain from components to after sales in a way that drives industrial growth?
So question is also very difficult to answer because it also depends on the solutions, on the type of powertrain. If we think of internal combustion engines, believing that it will remain for 10 or 20 years still, we're going to have to see how the rest of the world is moving, because the production capacity already exists everywhere else in the world for this type of engines. But the rest of the world is getting away from this technology. So I'm believing that there is some opportunities to transfer some of these technologies into Africa, to produce and to reindustrialize this component and technology where the consumer will remain. And if Africa remain one of them, then Africa will get chance and opportunities. But again, it's not an easy play, because we have other regions which are still ahead of Africa in terms of industrializations. We most probably still remain with internal combustion engines like Latin America or India. And we're going to have to fight for the African sake to get some of this portion of the cake back in the industrialization side in Africa. Regarding the battery electric vehicles, this is even more tricky, because on these transitions of new energy vehicles, we should keep in mind the key target of the industrializations of the continent and the target of the AAM. It's to bring industrialization in the continent for the continent. If, for the sake of the short-term target of reaching, let's say, less carbon emissions and getting new or battery electric vehicle cheap in the continent, we open the door to no tariffs, then the continent will be flooded by battery electric vehicles produced somewhere else. On the 2-3 wheelers maybe coming from India, on the passenger cars mostly coming from China. And then all the hard work that we've been working on over the past years for the industrialization of the continent will be blown away very quickly. And it's a tough work to do, because even in Europe, there is a huge challenge towards this. So we'll need to attract these key players by giving a significant attractiveness of the market in Africa to get these players industrializing the continent, as we are asking everyone else on the passenger car business to do so. This will be the key to get access to both, to get access to the industrializations and to the industrializations, either from the car makers, which can be the non-European or American ones, whether the Chinese one, in partnership with the one which are currently here, or on the component making as well.
Thank you, JP. So I think we do have time. Before we go into the last round of questions, maybe we'll just ask if there's any questions at this time from the audience. If there's anybody who'd like to... Okay, we do have a few questions. So, yes, microphone, please. Please, if you could state your name, your association or company, and your question, who you'd like to answer your question. Thank you.
Thank you for your speaking presentation. Yeah, my question is the last one. It's about the manufacturing, how to transfer the manufacturing to Africa, as you said, from China, India. I think for Africa it's better to have the manufacturing directly in Africa, because the semiconductor manufacturing are producing the component, and those components are to build the modules in the car and so on. In Africa, why we need to go to China or to India? Because this is also make the price is very high, because for transportation and so on and so on. If we are planning to develop, for example, 1 million a car by year, so it's better to have one line or two lines. The cost become more cheaper, and then it's more easy also for to estimate the price and so on. This is my question. And the second question is, how you analyze the gaps when in Europe or in Asia and so on for the digitalization, for the manufacturing to reduce the cost and so on? Is there any like lesson learning to know which gaps they have in Europe, in Asia, and to avoid those gaps and to go more further, more faster and so on in the development, especially for manufacturing?
Okay, so I think I'll attempt to answer your first question when it comes to producibility. So I think one of the challenges, and I'm not sure if you were here with the previous two sessions, but I'll sort of reiterate the message that the previous two sessions mentioned. It's that in order to have production in Africa, and a sustainable production in Africa, we need to protect that production in Africa. You need to protect it from second-hand imports. You need to protect it from also new vehicle imports if you're going to keep production lines running in Africa. So I would say, as an OEM, we agree. We want to protect what we have already in place. We want to build on what we have in place. And as Martina mentioned, we're not going to have production lines in all countries in Africa, but if we can find key locations in Africa to put up manufacturing facilities, to have the economies of scale, that's exactly what we'll try to do. And the intention, I believe, of this this trade fair and this automotive forum is to actually find that, let's call it secret sauce. How are we going to actually get to that point where we can build a car in Africa for Africa using African components and get to the levels of local content and higher that was mentioned earlier in the previous session? Thank you for your question. I think on the topic of data, I'm not sure if you'd like to comment.
Yeah, I think on the data side, one of the points that was made earlier was around transparency and aggregation across multiple companies. And I think that's something that is missing when we talk about partnerships. Normally we talk about partnerships in terms of resource, but we don't think about partnerships in terms of data. On our side, we're seeing it now in telematic data. You need the aggregation before you can make decisions in insurance. And I think that that's going to be the same when you're looking at manufacturing as well. To your point on components, I think that the inflection point for localization of components is also around scale. So for us, we've kind of gone on a journey where we started with, second-hand bicycles, then we moved to off the shelf, then we got an investment to do R&D and own the IP, then we moved to SKD, CKD, and now to do component localization, we need to be able to justify that investment in the supply chain by making sure we can scale up. So things like offtake from government, for an example, would start to unlock or be able to justify the investment. I think other things around partnerships with other manufacturing companies where you can say there's certain components, and I think there are a lot of components that aren't being produced on the continent now, like IoT devices, that are things that, there is enough capability on the continent from the universities, but there is a lack of infrastructure and investment in tooling to be able to do that. So I think it takes a point of being deliberate, And then I think there also needs to be regional collaborations when you're looking at supply chains as well.
Thank you. I think there was two more questions from that side and one over here. Okay.
Thank you. Frederick Seidu from Afrexim. I have two questions. The first really is to Nilesh. Is it a question of there not being standards for fuels in Africa, or is it a question of the implementation of those standards? I sort of have the impression that ASO and the AFCFTA have done quite some work on standardization of fuels, and I believe that has also been adopted. I don't know if it's a question then of getting all countries to enforce those standards. So I just want to get clarity on that. That's my first question. Then the second one is to Philippe and Valerie. You don't make my job as a financier any easier because you disagree whether we are moving EV or we are still using combustion engines. So you tell me, what should I be financing? Combustion engines or EVs? We really need to have some direction because that also helps financiers in terms of de-risking where we're going. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll keep my answer short. Yes, it's exactly that. It's the implementation of those standards. The standards exist. It takes energy, it takes money, it takes time, it takes understanding. So what we're seeing in the markets is that it's not so simple to implement those standards and maintain those standards, but that's where the challenge is, and that's where we come in as AAAM. But it's exactly that. They exist. We just need to try to get governments to implement them.
Maybe easy answer is, I don't know. I mean, within Bosch, within more than 120 years of history, we still don't know, working in the auto industry since then. And that's why we try to remain agnostic, and we want to play a role everywhere where we can bring some technology to support the decarbonization path. It will depend on the type of applications, on where the application will be. The solution won't be the same for the 2- and 3-wheelers, which most probably go straight to electric. Last mile deliveries on the logistics side seems to be very much adapted to the battery electric vehicles. The long-haul truck will remain because of the long distance and the need to really use it almost 24/7 will most probably remain for quite a long term again in a conventional fuel. Passenger car will be a mix of fuel and hybrid and BEVs depending on the type of application. So the world will become more diverse and more complex in the futures.
I think on my side, so before I was in the mobility space, I was in telco, and I remember being in a meeting with my CEO at the time when he said that the business was not going to invest in mobile money because Ghanaians like to pay with cash. And for those of you, if any of you have gone to Ghana now or recently, you would see that we don't really use cash. Everybody uses mobile money. And so there are points where there are inflection points where you can get immersed in what you see as working currently and miss the window for investing in where we should be moving to. And I think the reason why I have 100% conviction that within the next 10 years, all vehicles on the continent will transition to electric is because it just makes economic sense for the average African. In terms of petrol prices continue to increase, the average 30-year-old African across the continent cannot afford a new petrol vehicle anyway. And then if they are saving and working, we don't want them to be investing in second-hand vehicles. So I think the reality is it's an opportunity for us to invest in something, a transition in automotive that young Africans want, that will drive value for us economically, that would reduce our macroeconomic dependence on petrol. So I guess the question is, why would we not invest in that? Because how we've been doing transport across the continent, for me, just doesn't work. It just doesn't add value to us. And I think on a daily basis, I keep meeting young Africans across the continent who have the technical capability to innovate, just like we're seeing in Asia. So again, it's a larger risk for the continent not to invest in that talent. So I don't think it's a question. I think it's a matter of how can we be deliberate about our investments? What are the inflection points that we have to invest in? How can we invest in collaborations? How can we invest in R&D so that the transition that is happening can happen in a way that benefits the majority of African people?
Okay, thank you. Over there, do we have a microphone? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Tope Ojo is my name. I'm the CEO of Autogig International in Nigeria. I'm just surprised that each time we were discussing sustainability of mobility in Africa, we focus mostly on EVs. And for instance, in my country, we are transiting to natural gas because we have a huge deposit of it. And if you look at different things, if you look at the world supply chain, if you map the supply chain of EV manufacturing, we know that EV technology is not even 100% zero when it comes to emission. We have up to 80%, even more than having a CNG technology. That's one. If you also look at the environment we are dealing with, because we have been talking about ownership of vehicles, which is a major problem. And for different countries, there are different issues they are dealing with. Affordability is also part of it. Even if you make ownership easy for people, what people are earning may not be able to make them to afford, you know. So, and several things are linked to this. Employment is also part of it, because if you say you want to transit fully to EV very, very fast, don't forget the network of people that are involved in the whole value chain that are benefited from it. So I think the problem of sustainability of mobility in Africa is a wicked problem, and we have to look at it critically. Even if you look at it, the mining of the mineral resources that are being used contributes to insecurity in most of these countries. So we have to look at it. If you focus more on natural gas as well, I think natural gas is not something that can be bunkered. You know, we deal with bunkering and all that. So I think we should not focus 100% on EV and neglect other areas. In fact, we can only have competitive advantage because we are playing catch-up in EV technology. That's just it in Africa. Nope, I don't think there's any patent in EV technology that originates from Africa. So I think we should look at this thing holistically and consider other areas. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that comment. Question, gentlemen, do you still have a question? Yes? No?
All right. Thank you so much. My name is Hastings Grossi. I am from Malawi, and I'm happy to be part of this conversation because where I'm coming from, my government is spending more than $600 million just to import fuel, and there have been times whereby weeks without fuel, and that's why e-mobility is the way to go. But then the challenge has been policy. Yes, the World Bank came in to help us with at least to push the framework, whereby at least to standardize even the charging infrastructure, but then the policy is still in process. So I'm looking at these kind of platforms. How best can we, for example, my country tries this kind of platform whereby gone are the days whereby other countries were left behind. When we're having this kind of conversation, how best are we including other countries that are lagging behind so that even the government are not sure about this innovation, so that at least we can be on the same board. Second question to our friend from Ghana, you mentioned something about three-wheeler battery swapping. What has been your experience like in your implementation when it comes to the battery swapping? Because that's exactly what we are pushing back home, because 30 to 40% of perishable goods from farmers are being damaged just the moment where they're trying to transport from their farms to the market. So we're trying to push in at least e-mobility in the farms. So I just want to learn from you, what has been your experience like? Would you advise a country like Malawi to adopt something like that? Thank you.
Can you maybe, Valerie, answer to the last questions, and then we make a closing remark, because we are already up to the end.
Yeah, so I think the starting point for us with the vehicle that we went to market with was a vehicle that didn't change charging behaviors. And by that I meant we designed our vehicle where you just take the battery off and you charge the same way you would your phone or your laptop. So we didn't want to introduce a vehicle that needed a whole new infrastructure network that was accessible. If anyone already had the behavior of charging your mobile phone, you basically could charge your vehicle. That was our entry point to start to understand the market. I think as we are moving towards more battery swap infrastructure, I think battery swap is another inflection point to be able to get other vehicle types into the market at scale. But I think the real opportunity is looking at the differential of that transition in energy scarce communities versus communities that have sufficient energy dependencies. So an example would be we're seeing in a lot of communities across Ghana a lot of solar energy infrastructure. So our starting point has just been our platform allows us to aggregate where we have solar infrastructure so that we can actually now start to connect battery swap networks with people who already have a retail footprint and have already made that investment into green energy. So I think that those are areas of collaboration that again come from identifying who's making those investments and how can we pull that together to be an aggregated network. I think as you get to larger vehicles, again, the important thing would be around one, making the swap affordable, two, making it as green as possible, and three, making the location of these swap stations as accessible as possible. And I think this is where you can see banking partners, FMCG companies, and government really come together because they have large retail footprints that could form the basis of networks. I think one use case that I saw in the UK that was quite interesting was for telecommunications companies to start to transition legacy infrastructure for their fixed internet network, where they were already putting energy points at community levels to start to actually transition that legacy infrastructure into charging networks. So I think that there's a lot of collaborations and partnerships that need to be had for it to be macro. And I think there are a lot of players who just probably aren't in this room, don't see themselves as automotive players, that if they could step into this space would be great partners to be able to make this charging and swap infrastructure accessible.
Okay, thank you. JP, we have a tough job. We have more questions than we have time.
I think
I'm going to have to ask you to,
I
to
think
close and wrap up for us.
Yeah, we're going to have to conclude. Maybe we can make it quite open and we give the floor to everyone to give the last word of conclusions. I may start if you agree. And again, not to avoid the last two questions and remarks from Nigeria. Sorry, ma'am, we don't have time. But this was exactly the aim of these today's discussions. We don't want to say that the solutions for Africa is to jump full electric. It's exactly the opposite we were mentioning. We want to make it the diversity and the complexity of the continent, of the solutions, of the applications will make it diverse. And we will have different solutions for different applications for different countries, which make it even more complex. But then we'll have to navigate around it to try to find some harmonization, some synergies, to consolidate enough volumes from the different solutions and applications in order to support the journey of the local industrializations, either through alternative fuel like CNGs or battery electric or plugging, whatever would be the solutions, will be the only way for Africa to be able to balance both aspects of it, the sustainability aspect of the industry and the mobility solutions and the industrialization of the continent. Karim, do you want to say a word?
Nothing more. It's we are in the transformation phase. Multiple solutions can be applied. Multiple solutions can be tried. Not only EV, not only rails, not only multimodals, but everybody's working to enhance his part, and then we'll come to group all and work on the most effective solution on the near future. Thank you.
I think on my side, the important thing and the exciting thing is that there is a big transition happening, whether it's to electric mobility or other sustainable types of vehicles. We cannot deny that the transition is happening, and it's happening now. I think the important thing is to be deliberate, to invest in it, to broaden policies to allow for innovators to also have room to create these new mobility models. And then finally is for collaboration across borders, collaboration between startups and traditional OEMs. So I'm excited today that Wahoo Mobility, we will be signing an MOU to crowd in a electric truck onto our platform so that we can also start to build out a service model for EVs for agriculture.
Okay, thank you. I think that then brings us to the end of session 6. If you don't mind, a round of applause to our presenters on stage today.
Let's leave the floor to you, Valerie, then for the signatures of the MOU, if you want to do it right away.
Yeah.
Can you bring the table then?
Yeah, so I think I just mentioned that we'll be signing an MOU. I think the signing will happen now. If I can invite up Simon from Ox Delivers. So like I mentioned, Wahoo, we have essentially created Ghana's first CKD manufacturing plant for electric vehicles. We went to market with our electric bike, and now we are looking for partnerships to introduce other vehicles into the market that will bridge the connectivity gap. I will hand over to Simon so he can just talk a bit about what he does at Ox Delivers, and then we can sign the partnership.
I think I'd echo what Valerie said earlier about the transition is happening. It's happening throughout the automotive industry, and with respect to some of the existing OEMs, they have a big problem because they have invested a lot in the status quo, and they want to manage that transition. There is a huge opportunity for Africa to transition to EVs, and in doing so, to fundamentally lower the cost. Our vehicles cost 80% less to run than the local available alternative, which is possible because we've developed a vehicle specifically for dirt roads and specifically for transport as a service, not for the sale of vehicles. Because as soon as you look at the sale of vehicles, you're into premium, all the problems we've talked about today of financing and so forth. So we're delighted to do this partnership with Valerie, which will extend. We have operations today in Rwanda, and we have a $163 million contract to extend across East Africa. And now we are signing our second sort of collaboration to go into West Africa with Valerie and Wahoo. Thank you.
So I think that the MOU actually isn't here, but I think this was essentially a moment for us to just announce a partnership between an East African and a West African EV company to launch electric trucks. Yeah, brilliant.
All right, we've got to shake hands.
We have to shake hands. So thank you.
Thank you for moderator, and thank you for all participants in this panel. So, nous allons faire une petite pause déjeuner et reprise des travaux dans 30 minutes ici même, vu qu'il y a 2 sessions encore qui nous attendent l'après-midi. Donc bon appétit, bonne dégustation, à tout à l'heure. Merci.
It's a new day. It's a new beginning. Higher grounds we're lifting off. Nothing holds us bound. Can you see it? The light of Africa is rising to higher grounds we're lifting off. Nothing holds us bound. So come on and come on. We call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine a light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Oh, that power. Africa, we are strong. One nation to another. See now we stand as one to celebrate our victory, riches and glory of the motherland. And nothing holds us bound. So come one and come all. We call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine a light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 Africa. Oh, 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 it's a new day. It's a new beginning. Higher ground, we're lifting up, and nothing holds us bound. It's a new day. It's a new beginning. Higher grounds, we're lifting up. Nothing holds us bound. Can you see it? The light of Africa is rising to higher grounds. We're lifting up. Nothing holds us bound. So come on and come all. We call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine a light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 yeah. We know we got that power. Africa, we are strong. One nation to another. See now we stand as one to celebrate our victory, riches and glory of the motherland. And nothing holds us bound. So come one and come all. We call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for all. Forever we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 Africa. Oh, 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 it's a new day. It's a new beginning. Higher ground, we're lifting up, and nothing holds us back. It's a new day. It's a new beginning. Higher grounds, we're lifting up. Nothing holds us bound. Can you see it? The light of Africa is rising to higher grounds. We're lifting up. Nothing holds us bound. So come one and come all. We call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 yeah. We know we got that power. Africa, we are strong. One nation to another. See now we stand as one to celebrate our victory, riches and glory of the motherland. And nothing holds us bound. So come one and come all. We call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for all. Forever we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 Africa. Oh, 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 it's a new day. It's a new beginning. Higher ground, we're lifting up, and nothing holds us back. It's a new day. It's a new beginning. Higher grounds, we're lifting up. Nothing holds us bound. Can you see it? The light of Africa is rising to higher grounds. We're lifting up. Nothing holds us bound. So come on and come on. We call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine a light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 yeah. We know we got that power. Africa, we are strong. One nation to another. See now we stand as one to celebrate our victory, riches and glory of the motherland. And nothing holds us bound. So come on and come on. We call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for all. Forever we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 Africa. Oh, 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 oh. higher ground. We're lifting up, and nothing holds us bound. It's a new day. It's a new beginning. Higher grounds, we're lifting up. Nothing holds us bound. Can you see it? The light of Africa is rising to higher grounds. We're lifting up. Nothing holds us bound. So come on and come on. We call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine a light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 yeah. We know we got that power. Africa, we are strong. One nation to another. See now we stand as one to celebrate our victory, riches and glory of the motherland. And nothing holds us bound. So come on and come on. We call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine a light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 oh. It's a new day. It's a new beginning. Higher grounds, we're lifting up. Nothing holds us bound. Can you see it? The light of Africa is rising to higher grounds. We're lifting up. Nothing holds us bound. So come on and come on. we call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine a light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 yeah. We know we got that power. Africa, we are strong. One nation to another. See now we stand as one to celebrate our victory, riches and glory of the motherland. And nothing holds us bound. So come one and come all. We call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for all. Forever we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine a light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 Africa. Oh, 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 it's a new day. It's a new beginning. Higher ground, we're lifting up, and nothing holds us back. It's a new day. It's a new beginning. Higher grounds, we're lifting up. Nothing holds us bound. Can you see it? The light of Africa is rising to higher grounds. We're lifting up. Nothing holds us bound. So come on and come on. We call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine a light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Oh, power. Africa, we are strong. One nation to another. See now we stand as one to celebrate our victory. Riches and glory of the motherland, and nothing holds us bound. So come one and come all. We call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 Africa. Oh, 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 it's a new day. It's a new beginning. Higher ground, we're lifting up, and nothing holds us bound. It's a new day. It's a new beginning. Higher grounds, we're lifting up. Nothing holds us bound. Can you see it? The light of Africa is rising to higher grounds. We're lifting up. Nothing holds us bound. So come on and come on. We call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 yeah. We know we got that power. Africa, we are strong. One nation to another. See now we stand as one to celebrate our victory. Riches and glory of the motherland, and nothing holds us bound. So come one and come all. We call on, Oh Africa, come let us build a dream for all. Forever we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 Africa. Oh, 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 it's a new day. It's a new beginning. Higher ground, we're lifting up, and nothing holds us back. It's a new day. It's a new beginning. Higher grounds, we're lifting up. Nothing holds us bound. Can you see it? The light of Africa is rising to higher grounds. We're lifting up. Nothing holds us bound. So come on and come on. We call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 yeah. We know we got that power. Africa, we are strong. One nation to another. See now we stand as one to celebrate our victory. Riches and glory of the motherland, and nothing holds us bound. So come on and come on. We call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, higher ground. We're lifting up, and nothing holds us back.
It's a new day. It's a new beginning. Higher grounds we're lifting up. Nothing holds us bound. Can you see it? The light of Africa is rising to higher grounds. We're lifting up. Nothing holds us bound. So come on and come on. We call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 yeah. We know we got that power. Africa, we are strong. One nation to another. See now we stand as one to celebrate our victory, riches and glory of the motherland, and nothing holds us bound. So come on and come on. We call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for all. Forever we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 Africa. Oh, 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 it's a new day. It's a new beginning. Higher ground, we're lifting up, and nothing holds us back. It's a new day. It's a new beginning. Higher grounds we're lifting up. Nothing holds us bound. Can you see it? The light of Africa is rising to higher grounds. We're lifting up. Nothing holds us bound. So come on and come on. we call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine a light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 yeah. We know we got that power. Africa, we are strong. One nation to another. See now we stand as one to celebrate our victory, riches and glory of the motherland. And nothing holds us bound. So come one and come all. We call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for
le continent, donc on voit bien que la thématique est assez vaste. الآن نتكلم عن المركبات المتوسطة والثقيلة وكيف نمكن التجارة والخدمات اللوجستية والإنشاءات والخدمات العامة في جميع أنحاء القارة الإفريقية. Je vais appeler tout de suite le modérateur qui va prendre bien sûr par la suite nous aborderons cette session, mais pour le moment la stimulation des investissements dans les chaînes de valeur automobiles africaines avec comme modérateur Mike Whitefield. Il est directeur général de Stellantis Afrique, le troisième plus grand constructeur automobile au monde. Il est également directeur général de Stellantis Afrique du Sud, un des dirigeants chevronnés de l'industrie automobile, ancien président de l'Association nationale des constructeurs automobiles d'Afrique du Sud et ancien président pour 2 mandats de l'Association africaine des constructeurs automobiles. Et au cours d'une carrière de plus de 40 ans, il a travaillé et dirigé des constructeurs automobiles dans les pays baltes, en Europe de l'Est, en Égypte, en Afrique du Sud et sur l'ensemble du continent africain. Donc c'est une véritable expertise que nous avons et nous avons aussi la chance qu'il soit modérateur. The floor is yours, Mr.
Right, good afternoon everyone. I think there's some people still finishing their food at the back, but I think we'd rather get going because otherwise we're going to run out of time. So welcome back to the afternoon session. I think while we're waiting for people to come in, it would probably be great if I can just ask our various guests to come up. So first of all, Tariq Nasad, of the CEO of Hyundai in Africa and Middle East. Tariq, welcome. And then next, Ankush Arora, CEO of the Mansour Automotive Group throughout Africa and Egypt. And then a very, very strong supporter of the Continental Free Trade Agreement, Mr. Frederick Sadou, the Senior Manager of Trade Investment and Corporate Finance at Afreximbank. And then if I can ask Zwaki Mabata from the Department of Trade and Industry in South Africa to join us up here. And then I'm not sure if he's here at the moment, but Mr. Ali Mari. Is Mr. Ali Mari here? All right, great. Thank you. Gentlemen, we are not addressing diversity. We are a male-only panel. So welcome. Welcome. I did try. So I think, let me just maybe put everything in context first. The Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement really creates the biggest free trade area in the world. It has the potential to lift hundreds of millions of people out of poverty within the next 10 years and increase Africa's GDP by in excess of 450 billion. But for the continent to unlock the promise of what we call the Africa century, it needs to address supply chain bottlenecks, port and border posts issues. It needs to fix payment issues between some of the 54 member countries, and most of all, it needs to resolve the rules of origin that I know we have referred to a number of times. The one industry that can do all of this, quite frankly, is the automotive industry. Our hub and spoke model, integrated assembly plants in some countries with component manufacturers and other, benefiting the raw materials that are sourced on this continent, is a textbook example of how we can foster inter-Africa trade and increase it from its current levels to those approximating the norm in other free trade areas across the world. The business case for an African automotive industry is indisputable. The continent is rapidly urbanizing, the middle class is growing, and by the end of the century, as I said earlier today, 12 of the world's biggest cities will be on this continent, with Lagos the biggest on the globe. With a population of just over 1.3 million, will be 3 billion by the end of the century. And as we've referred to and call it, it really can be seen as the last automotive frontier, with this motorization of 42 vehicles per thousand, less than a quarter of that global average of 182. The demand for vehicle and parts is growing at 11% per year every year because of this absolutely essential need of fulfilling mobility. And yet, only 1.3% of the global automotive production takes place in Africa, even though we currently home, as mentioned earlier, to 17% of the world's population, and a population that grows every year. This is a market waiting to be serviced, and the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement gives us a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity as African manufacturers to provide this, building vehicles in Africa, for Africa, made up of more and more components that have been locally sourced from the raw materials, rare earths that as a continent we're blessed with. Africa should be the factory of the future, not just for the automotive industry, but for us to provide sustainable mobility solutions, we must create an ecosystem which encompasses the value chain and also includes affordable and access to financing. India has much to teach us in this regard. The population is much the same. The GDP is similar. Yet in 2018, India was selling more than 4 times the total local volume of the Africa automotive production. We can do this here. It's not impossible to achieve the total vehicle sales of 5 million a year in Africa in the future. To explore these challenges and driving investment in the Africa automotive value chain ecosystem, I'm very pleased to have the panel that we've recently introduced to you, and we will be going through a number of key points of how to build a resilient and integrated value chain that are competitive, future-ready, and aligned with the continental goals of the AFCTA. And we'll look forward to the opportunities for localization, partnerships, and the innovation that can drive inclusive growth across Africa. So I think let's get going straight away, and let me ask Tarek on my left the first. Very importantly, Tarek, Hyundai has been expanding across African markets, and what role do assembly plants and aftermarket networks play in building investor confidence and long-term sustainability?
Thank you, Mike. Good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure being here among these automotive leaders. And I guess this is a very important question. You talk about the confidence or the investors' confidence, and I see a lot of motive and confidence in the continent. But to address this topic, we need to look at the landscape from different perspectives. As you highlighted at the beginning, looking at the demographics, for example, we are 20% of the global population, but our sales is, new car sales is less than 2% of the global sales. So the motorization ratio is very low.
as we can see, with huge influx from the used car market, especially in the sub-Sahara, maybe 80% used car sales. So with all of that, I see huge opportunity has to be addressed here by the investors. On the other side, from industrialization perspective, the high integration level of the industry is concentrated maybe in 2-3 countries, and the rest are relying on the knockdown or the semi-knockdown assembly, which is not adding huge value for the industry. So with all of this, still we need to do better in terms of industrialization. And talking about the industrial manufacturing plants, what is the role of the manufacturing plants to raise the confidence? It's very simple. The manufacturing plants are playing a very transformational role. It's the catalyst of the industrialization, the job creation, and even the overall economy integration. This is very important, and capitalizing even on the ongoing now governmental incentives and also the policy development, thanks to the policy makers now working very active on that. On top also of the resources we have. We have everything starting from the raw material up to the small, medium, and large industries. All of this is enough to raise the confidence. And this is maybe will represent a strong opportunity in the future for the export. The African continent FTA is there. It will support us at least to satisfy the demand in Africa first, and then we have to compete the wallet. Looking at the after-sales part, which is also a strong pillar of the value creation, and from investors' perspective, I guess it's a great revenue generator, so it shouldn't be ignored from commercial perspective. We are in the industry and we know this. So looking at Africa, we cannot hide. There is a big customer anxiety to visit the service centers. We don't know how much we're gonna pay. The cars going to the service centers are much more lower than the new car sales. Then we need to tackle this area. We need really to challenge the customization of the customer offer in terms of service. The service will need a lot of development in terms of coverage, parts availability, and also the affordability, especially in Africa. We need to remove this fear and anxiety from the customer mind. We need to customize our offers. And with all of that, I can see huge opportunity in the continent in terms of investment.
Thanks, Tariq. And I think, obviously, those of you who are closely involved in this industry, what Tariq was saying, it's absolutely critical. The easy part is to sell the first vehicle. After sales will determine whether you're going to sell the second and third, and a very critical part of the value chain. So one other distinguished guest who joined us, Mr. Ali Mamri. Ali, thank you. Thank you for joining us. And he will be speaking about his experience as an Algerian startup in the automotive industry in the country. And I'll come to you with some questions just now, but welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I am Ali Mamri, CEO of EDNet. Our company is in automotive, especially in wire harness and electronics. We start to produce wire harness, and we sign contract with our partner Stellantis, Fiat. Actually, we are delivery battery cable and doors also. And we expect to do other harnesses and acquire know-how in order to push our industry in automotive, in wire harnesses especially, and to give our country and the possibility to position itself in Africa. Why not tomorrow to export our harnesses to all Africa and position our quality that in our process is the same quality you can find in other countries and for other OEMs. That's all.
Thank you. And I think the important part we must always remember is for every one direct job that we generally create in the assembly side of our business, we create 3 jobs in the supply chain. And I think that's a very important part of the value equation. So let me maybe move now to Ankush. Ankush, as you know, heads up the Mansour Automotive Retail. And we always say retail is the final link. He is also into manufacturing, parts supply, so covers an extensive part. He'll cover that. But I think, Ankush, maybe my first question, the retail is often the final link in that value chain, but also one of the most customer-facing. How's automotive retail in Africa evolving to attract investment and meet consumer needs?
Thank you, Mike. First of all, thanks a lot to the IATF organization team and AAAM and also the Algerian government for hosting us for this very important, discussion around the automotive industry as ACFA comes into play, right? Because that is going to be one of the biggest stimulants for the growth of the automotive industry, as we've heard over the last 2 days. So, Mike, let's take a step back, right, and see where automotive retail is coming from, right? If we go back 2 decades, automotive retail was basically mom and pop shops or local businessmen in a country deciding to get into the automotive business because it gave them a lot of credibility in society, right? And it was a business, whether it made money or did not make money, was good to have, all right? It was great when you got associated with a global OEM brand and set up a store in a country. It was like you arrived, right? From there, then came the challenges of supply-demand imbalances, which were handled in a very myopic or, inward-looking way by the automotive retailers, right? They sometimes took that as an opportunity, sometimes took that as a risk, right? But did not really build the right process and systems around handling this very effectively, right? Third, the consumer, because of lack of choices, right, was at the mercy of the automotive retail, to be honest, right? And that was the reality. Today, there's a big transformation, right? And the transformation is happening first from the consumer side, the second from the global OEMs, all right? And third, automatically, it started to involve the automotive retail or the front end of the business, right? So what's the change in the consumer? Today, when you look at Africa, 60 to 70% of the population is millennials, Gen Y, Gen Z, all right? And that is the rich demographic dividend that the continent offers. Their needs, their behaviors are completely different from people of, say, maybe your age or my age at that time, right? 2, the very important fact that this business cannot be run without scale, all right? And scale will come only when you have the right governance, right? So automotive retail has now started understanding the word governance far more better than what it was a decade ago, right? Because governance leads to better financing opportunities, governance leads to better cost management, all right? And governance leads to then evolving yourself, which automotive OEMs are today doing, becoming mobility solutions provider and not transport solution providers anymore, right? So the automotive distributors are evolving themselves from being not just sales and selling service points, but being mobility solutions providers, right? And those in the automotive retail are able to evolve themselves to harness this opportunity are the ones that are going to stay for the long haul, right? The ones that are going to stay with only sales and service as an opportunity are not the ones that are going to survive, right? So today we've heard in the morning session and yesterday, about the new mobility startups on what they're bringing as value to the table, value most importantly to the consumers, right? These are all the new revenue streams that one has to take into account if you want to be in the automotive retail. And if you don't do that, then obviously you're going to be lagging behind. So in summary, I think three things that are critically impacting the evolution. One is good governance, right? Two is scale, right? Scale leads to many efficiencies, right? And three is looking at not just the core business of selling and servicing, but looking at all the mobility solutions or the adjacencies that are surrounding the selling of a car, which helps you to become financially stronger, and more importantly, garner customer loyalty. Because then you're owning the customer not just by selling a car or servicing the car, but with multiple other initiatives that will keep him in your fold for the long haul.
I think very relevant, and thank you, Ankush. At the end of the day, the value chain in retail is as extensive as the value chain if you are manufacturing. And Mansour don't obviously only operate in Egypt. They have operations throughout Africa, and one of the very few multinationals that really cover a significant part of Africa. So I think, Frederick, I'm actually going to come to you last because you're going to be the one who's going to explain how we can all pay for all this that we're going to do. So before I come to you, if I can go to Ms. Waki, the South African, earlier this morning we had a discussion regarding how the South African order policy, which has been developed with the stakeholders of the South African government, the private sector and labor, resulted in a very solid base in which to develop the industry. The industry's changed a lot, but I think two key points that I'd like you to maybe to just touch on is the importance from your perspective as a representative of the government and Department of Trade and Industry of the importance of looking in terms of the program, how you address the total value chain, and then secondly, to what extent do you see the benefits of what everyone calls raw material beneficiation, and how would you approach that?
Can you repeat the last question, Mike?
Well, I think let's go the first one.
Yeah.
And then the second question is regarding in that value chain, and we've spoken about it a few times during the course of the last 2 days, and that is the importance that everyone is giving to raw material beneficiation, and what is your views as a representative of the government of how best to achieve that?
Yeah. First of all, thank you very much for giving us this opportunity. As it was already said, I'm Zwaki Mbata from the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition from South Africa. I think that as the department, we have been pioneering the policy space in terms of completing the value chain within the continent. And as such, South Africa has always been seen as the gateway to Sub-Sahara and the rest of the continent. We see all our sister countries as partners, not as competitors. That is why our overall policy thrust is to extend and expand the automotive value chain to take advantage of the Africa Free and Continental Trade Agreement, to take advantage of the agreement, as well as ensuring that we work with our sister countries both in the north and the south. And in doing so, we will be in the coming 3 months speaking to Algeria directly and other countries around, so that most of our OEMs, can work in a collaborative way by providing spaces within this jurisdiction. Our trade experts are also around, who are also going to assist in leading those discussions. But in the main, we proud ourselves with the raw minerals as well as rare earth minerals, and which are increasingly critical minerals that are very essential in making us to transition from internal combustion engine to new energy vehicles. And as such, we want to reside and domesticate the battery value chain, but we also want to work directly with our sister countries in a collaborative way to ensure that we maximize trade amongst ourselves in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll come back with some further questions on that just now. Frederick, financing is often cited as one of the biggest barriers to localization and investment. What role is Afreximbank playing in supporting automotive projects across the continent?
No, thank you, Mike, and thank you, everyone. So Mike, what we've simply done, we're doing a lot on the facilitation side. We discussed that yesterday. There was an MOU, renewal of an MOU with AAAM. So we're doing a lot on the facilitation side. On financing, Mike, what we have done is to allocate $1 billion to support the auto sector. That was just the seed fund to start it off. And Mike, the scorecard has been so poor. It's been poor because out of that $1 billion, we have disbursed just about 10%. That's $100 million. And this was to a single company in Egypt. And the bottom line really is that there are no bankable deals. I mean, that's the truth of it. You get so many requests that just do not stack up in terms of what you'd want to be financing. As he just said, a lot of governance issues. You go into some of those opportunities, the governance is just not there, the structures are just not there. You cannot come into project financing or a transaction financing where you have not subjected your proposition to any detailed rigor, to any external validation. You probably it's just driven by pure entrepreneurial drive and the wind of change in the auto sector, but really that's not what is going to get you funding at the bank. We need to be a bit more engaged, leveraging all the resources that we can to ensure that you have bankable cases that are well thought through and that are well integrated into existing supply chains. This is a very integrated industry, and I was happy that the first thing he mentioned was that he got a contract from Stellantis, and that was how he got off. Most of them do not have that opportunity. And so for me, if there were more such opportunities like you did by supporting him with a contract, that certainly de-risks the project. That certainly gives opportunity for SMEs or new entrants like him to get into the automotive value chain. And we as banks will be more than happy to support, because not only are we relying on the financial due diligence that you as an OEM have on them, but it's a journey. And so he has to behave. Just that comfort that he's a partner to you, a distributor to you, a supplier to you, will make him behave. And that alone gives us that confidence to begin to look deeper into what he has. So we have 90% still out there. We want bankable deals. We have, and I'll talk about it probably if we have the opportunity, some of the criteria we look out to and some of the financing structures that we have. But Mike, we're more than happy. We're very open, and we're happy to solicit new projects and work with OEMs, work directly with companies as well to make them happen.
Thank you very much. And I think you make a very important point in that obviously there's no lack of support, and I've seen that through the years working with Afreximbank to invest in this industry. What we as an industry probably need to do, and I think AAAM can also support that with yourselves, is we need to find a way that we can take a great entrepreneurial idea, make sure that it meets the necessary governance and business case, but more importantly, I think, is also supported with an offtake agreement as well. And one of the examples is the Industrial Automotive Transformation Fund that Mzaki is aware of, that was set up in South Africa. And there, one of the conditions from all the OEMs who participate in it is they have to commit to an offtake as well. So it's a very much a partnership, and I think your point's very valid. And maybe it's something that we need as AAAM to also look at how we can support in that value chain. So thank you, very important point. But then coming to Ali, and you can comment also on what Frederick was saying, but as an entrepreneur, what has been your experience in building a startup within the Algerian automotive landscape?
Thank you. Our experience, first of all, know that Algeria today is automotive industry in Algeria is growing. It's growing very fast and very quick. And this last year, we begin to see a huge manufacture. For example, if we take the batteries, today Algeria is 14 manufacturer of battery for more than 5 million battery per year. And we know that for the needs of Africa, the battery is a priority. In our experience in my country is that there is a very big investment, personal investment and financial investment, government investment to help to create automotive industry which is strong. And we see, for example, for my case, we are the first rank one, tiers one with Stellantis today, because our partner Stellantis give us the confidence and trust in our capacity, in the capacity of Algerian teams and in capacity of our know-how in order to give them the wire harness. Africa needs, it's all the country of African country can contribute to make the African car for the African people. So I think we are all in the same boat. We are all working in order to give this opportunity to our countries in order to be a principal part of what we are going to consume. For example, the African car. I think.
Thank you. I think what you just really just re-echoed and re-emphasized the important point that Frederick was making, that these journeys in growing the value chain can only be made if the stakeholders, whether it's OEM, whether it's a retailer, whether it's a bank, whether it's government, all need to work together. And I think that's very, very, very clear. So we'll do one more round of questions, then come out to the floor and see. So maybe let me go back to Tarek. What lessons can be drawn from Hyundai's experience in building a reliable after-sales ecosystem in emerging markets?
Thank you, Mike. It's a great question, and I guess it's part of why we are here, to exchange also our experiences together and our philosophies. So speaking about Hyundai Motor Company philosophy in terms of how we address this issue in the emerging markets, we believe in the early investment in the customer trust. And this is what builds the long-term sustainable relation with the customer. Mainly in the emerging markets, we have identified 3 pillars. As I mentioned, even in the first question, the network coverage, service and after-sales network coverage, which is a very important topic, because we have to be very close to the customer. The customer shouldn't suffer to reach to the service center or find the earliest customer support. I will give even an example at the end of the answer. And the second pillar, which I would like to highlight, is the parts availability. In Hyundai, we don't import the after-sales parts from the origin. So you don't need to order parts from Korea or whatever plant. We have our strategic warehouses in each territory. So North Africa, we have Central Africa, East Africa. So in Africa, we have 3 strategic warehouses, have all the strategic stock of the after-sales parts, easy to order, shorter lead time, and efficient in cost and logistics, which is very important also for the customer to get the affordable spare parts. The third pillar maybe I would like to highlight is the gap in the technical skills. And this is also, we have a big role as OEMs to address this topic. And normally we have to adapt our trainings. And this is what Hyundai is doing next to each manufacturing plant. We always pair it with a training academy in collaboration with some vocational schools and some support from the government. But we all collaborate to not only generate some high skills calibers, but also certified. Either they work for us, or they remain with us for some time, or they move within the industry. We are developing, because this is part of our vision, which is a real vision, and we have a strong influence from the chairman on that, Progress for Humanity. So developing the skills is very important. It's our role. We have to make sure that we have the appropriate skills at the service centers. Just to give a real example, so we are now, as everyone knows from the news, Hyundai is going to invest in Algeria and so on. One of the requirements by the government is we need 28 sales and service centers in 28 wilayas. But when we did the survey and the market studies, we decided to make it 46 service center and sales in 36 wilayas. This is how we could be very close to the customer. This is addressing the first part, which is a network coverage. And the second part regarding the parts availability, again, we have big warehouse, has all the required after-sales parts in North Africa. It will be covering also Algeria. The third part, we will establish also our training academy next to the plant, and this will develop not only the calibers for the manufacturing plant, but also for the after-sales service. So this is more or less answering your question.
Thank you, and I think it's very, certainly in my experience in Africa, is that if you cannot supply parts quickly and affordably, you're not going to sell vehicles in countries in Africa. That's going to be the core. And Kush, taking that one step further is, how do you see as a retail player, how would you, what is the role of the retail player to work with OEMs and financiers to ensure that vehicles remain affordable and accessible to Africa consumers?
Mike, credit and financing is one of the biggest stimulant for the growth of the automotive industry, all right, and for generating or creating demand for either new vehicles or used vehicles, all right. What we are seeing happening today is, with the amount of digitalization that is taking place in our industry, right, and the aspect of connectivity in vehicles, etc., right, this is enabling us to get access to data which is actually like gold, all right, and this data is going to help us to structure financing solutions more effectively, both from a cost perspective and fitting the consumer needs, right? Because like you mentioned, today if it's a startup company and they have a contract from Stellantis, their risk-taking capability is much better because of a continued business, right? Now imagine the same thing, that with all the digitalization and the connectivity we are seeing in vehicles, the quantum of data coming to us in terms of consumer behavior, consumer preferences, right, is going to help us to structure products and solutions that are tailor-made for consumers, right? And then his usage, his behavior is going to tell us whether he is creditworthy, not creditworthy, etc. And we're using some of these tools and solutions in our financing models even today as we speak, right? So this is going to evolve, and this is going to evolve very dramatically. The next critical piece is, what I mentioned, is when you look at the demographics of the population in Africa, right? It's a young age population. For these consumers, It is no more transportation, which is of vital importance that I need to get from A to B. Mobility is the key word. I need to be mobile. I need to have mobility as a service, right? So we also heard Valerie about this, the subscription model, right? The pay-as-you-go model, right? Are the ones that are going to really help you push the metal more than just following the traditional retail financing and consumer financing models. But all this is going to happen if we really manage and effectively use the data, which is gold, rather than going by what we used to do in the yesteryears, take a decision by gut feel. Right. So that's where I see this going, and I think this is going to be one of the most critical aspects that is going to impact the growth of our industry.
Data and data and data.
And data, yes.
Yeah.
And how do you make the whole experience and the product solution customized for the consumer and frictionless? And digitization helps you to remove that friction completely. Just an example, starting next month, in all our retail stores, sales and service, you will have humanoids at the reception instead of a receptionist. And the value of putting that in is because you'll be able to capture the consumer data about him in the first instance very accurately or effectively. Because invariably what happens is the salesperson takes the data and puts it in his pocket. And then you're chasing the salesperson to find out more about the consumer.
I've already asked Ankush if I can buy one of his humanoids to test. So, but thank you. If I move to Ali again. Ali, what barriers do Africa startups face when trying to attract investments, and how can ecosystems be better structured to support them?
Actually, our government is support all the development of the ecosystem in order to make a strong, as I say, automotive industry, and we have a lot of, for example, when they come to Algeria, they have the land and all the financing support. So we have, I think, 39 banks who give the money for the investment. We have AAPI, which is the government authority who give the land free for the investment. We have also a system of, here in Algeria, there is a lot of, in terms of employees, we have a lot of employees who are qualified and formed. The university push to make all the support for these investors.
Thank you, because I think the one theme that keeps coming across is that no one individually in the value chain is going to succeed unless the components and parts of it work together. And that really leads me to a question to Frederick, and that is, how can Afreximbank or Afreximbank encourage greater collaboration between governments, financiers, and private investors to scale investment?
Oh, you want to answer for me? Well, thank you. We are doing a lot on the facilitation side, Mike, as you well know. Working with yourselves, AAAM, and some of the industry players to ensure that, one, the policy environment is right, because no one would invest when he's not sure or he's not sure of that policy certainty. This morning, Valerie was talking about her wish to invest in two-wheelers and three-wheelers that are not part of the auto policy in Ghana. Of course, you can imagine the apprehension because she wants to have some benefits. So yes, that's one of the major interventions that we're spending money on, to ensure that we can ensure that the policy environment on the continent is right, and not just for the individual countries, but also ensuring that there's some form of uniformity or standardization in that policy, such that, and Mike said it well this morning, lots of companies, and I think that's, hello? Yes, I think that's one of the advantages South Africa has. South Africa should not be thinking about its auto industry as South Africa. It should be looking at tapping into the rest of Africa. So whatever policies you put in place today, do not see it as South African, see the opportunity in the rest of the continent. And so don't go competing with little Botswana for something small. Give them that small bits and focus rather on the bigger. And so that policy harmonization and this hub and spoke model, again, is something that we need to emphasize and get the governments to tap into. Then, of course, we also need to work as a team on the rules of origin, very critical part of the equation here. We need to ensure that we can actually beneficiate the industry here on the continent. I have had a couple of clients that have come forward for financing to do copper cathodes. Sadly enough, all of those are going to China. And so I asked myself, where are the industries in Africa that could probably offtake those copper cathodes and process them further and into the auto chain. So we actually do need a lot of that intervention to ensure that we can have local beneficiation of the resources, starting with the rules of origin, of course, ensuring that the value of the content that is coming from Africa is clear, and then we can retain that value. Then, of course, we're also looking at having and working strongly on skills development. We've talked a lot about skills. I think we just learned with Victoria and the team at AAAM an executive course at the Toyota Institute in South Africa. We believe at targeting policymakers and giving them the right skills to be able to make the right policy analysis and the right interventions in the sector. So indeed, it's quite a couple of things that we're doing on the facilitation side. In addition to the financing, which is a given, for us, we're happy and ready to go anytime we have bankable projects. Thank you.
Thank you. And certainly, again, from our own experiences as AAAM, working with Frederick and his team and Afreximbank, it's very clear that by working together, we get a lot further than trying to do it individually. And that really leads me to my question to Ms. Waki. If we look, and the South African auto policy, which has really been the foundation of the industry, has been, and maybe you want to touch on some of the points, but real collaboration between labor, industry, government to develop. And there's ongoing interactions. You've got mechanisms, executive oversight committees and things. But it might be worthwhile if you could just share from your perspective how important that partnership is.
Thank you, Mike, for that very critical question. Since the inception of the MIDP, which is the Automotive Policy Program in 1996, we had a transparent working relationship with all the stakeholders, government, labor, and business. And it is through that collaborative effort which took us to where we are as the country and the industry at large. Out of that exercise, for more than 25 years to date, we have what we call now the Executive Oversight Committee, which is chaired by the Minister. The captains of industry are part of the Executive Oversight Committee, as well as the representatives from labor, in shaping the policy making of government. That is why we have the Automotive Master Plan 2035. And it is the first sector, amongst other sectors in the manufacturing within the ecosystem of South Africa, that came with a master plan. Other sectors followed from the template of that master plan, and the successes of the automotive industry has made other sectors to replicate what we have done better. And we continue to work closely with our stakeholders at different levels. They are also a testament to the exhibition as well as their availability here. And even at home, domestically, we continue to work together. I think that other companies and jurisdictions can draw some lessons of openness so as to ensure policy certainty and policy stability. It's also good for the markets, and also good for sustainable development.
Thank you, and very well said and very important, I think, in any policy. Let's use this opportunity. Any questions from the floor? Right, one right here in the front.
Hello, Ibrahim Ribash. I'm the chairman of the importer of Volkswagen Group Tunisia, and also the representative of the Tunisian Automotive Association. Maybe I will address the first question to my colleague Tarak. When we are talking about creating an ecosystem for after sales and of course supporting the spare parts business with warehousing, and so we have a difficulty to address the fact that after the warranty period, as an OEM, it's very difficult to keep the customers in our workshops, and because of we know that we are suffering, I'm sure, in Algeria, in Tunisia, in all Africa, about the importation of adaptable spare parts, and the second market of spare parts, which is a huge and billion of we have also engines, gearboxes coming from all over the world. So how we can address as a car maker this issue? The second issue is when we are talking about skills and competencies, and it's also very important, as you mentioned during the panel, the fact that we have to prepare the people and to have the right technicians, right engineers, right people, well trained, and we are, most of us, creating our own academies. But the problem when we are talking about Africa is that we are suffering from brain drain, and most of the people that we are preparing for our own business, they are leaving the country to Europe, to Middle East, and to other parts of the world, because, of course, maybe these master technicians or these experts that we are trained, they cannot find the right way to develop themselves in their own country, so they are attracted by living outside. And this is also a big issue, especially when today we are starting to prepare e-mobility and the introduction of EVs in our region. We are starting to prepare experts, but most of them are catched by other markets. So how we can do in order to keep these skills in our continent? Thank you.
Thank you, Ibrahim. Very good question, but the two questions are related to the retention, right? So I see the correlation. And if I address the first point, this is the strategy of each OEM, how they define the retention of the cars in each territory. And this is very strategic part. If we just start the service to do it as everywhere, this is not the right customization to the market. So, for example, the retention of the cars in Middle East is less than 5 years. But in Africa, we have much longer. So we have to be prepared and ready to have the required after-sales parts for the retention period based on the domestic characteristics. This is my answer for the first part, and I guess each OEM should have this strategy at their offices, and they know regionally how to differentiate their strategies among each territory. The second one, I have maybe different view from the holistic side, but I agree with you on the micro side somehow, because from the holistic side, as I said during my speech, we are here to develop. So we make progress for the humanity. I'm okay if we develop people and the people go somewhere else. At least we had some contribution to the population and to the humanity. This is number one, from the holistic point of view. But again, each one of us would like to have the appropriate retention and the appropriate skills within his team. This is, part of it is HR topic, and I'm inclining to the side of the employees or the technicians, because they became a qualified and high skills technicians or operators. They need to be recognized and they need to be retained in the organization with further development. This is the point, I guess, every one of us in each level is looking for. So I guess this is just my view from both perspectives, the holistic and the organizational one. If anyone want to add something, Ankush?
Sorry, I'm on your side, all right? So, yeah, I'm on Ibrahim's side, completely. We are on the other side of the fence, I'm just kidding. You know, this first question that you asked of retaining the customer post the warranty period, right, is a very important one, because like you say, you make your money selling the car once, but you make your money multiple times by servicing the consumer, right? Let me give you an example. Today, we're dealing with commercial vehicles, and my retention is 7% on a 6-year car park or a 7-year car park, right? Because the consumer has a completely different mindset, right? So whatever you do to try to bring him back into your workshop, he's not going to come, because that's the mindset of the consumer, and you can never fight against the mindset of the consumer, but you can put in initiatives to educate them over a period of time, right? But what that gives us as an opportunity is that there is a car park. So why do not I sell him genuine parts while I lose out on the labor? So the game plan to still retain the customer in some shape and form into your fold is to create a rock-solid wholesale parts network in every nook and corner of the country, which is filled up with your genuine parts, so the customer doesn't go and look outside, all right? And then secondly, most importantly, which is where some of, sorry to say, some of the OEM struggle, is to get second-line parts, right, to really address the post-warranty retention, right? So I think there are solutions which may not be complete total solutions, or maybe part solutions that can still help us retain the consumer in our fold.
If you allow me, I want to add one last point. Sorry, Ibrahim, it's an interesting question. So, in terms of the retention, again, for the operators or the technicians, maybe we need to speed up furthermore in generating much more skilled people. And I have this experience with our partner in Egypt. So Ghabour Academy is generating people all the time, either for Ghabour themselves or for the rest of the industry. And now we are sending from Africa to be trained and developed by Ghabour Academy. This is one of the good examples we have to accelerate and keep generating more skilled people. And regarding this warranty matter, also we have another mission as OEM leaders. We need to take the customer into the appropriate journey. If the customer is still retaining the car for longer time, it's his choice, of course, but we need to keep him upgraded. It's our job to engage him with the appropriate technology and evolution.
Thank you. We've got two questions. We'll take one there first.
Sorry, I keep it short. One question is to Mr. Saidu. See about investment, what you are making. Is there some priorities of the investment? Which project, for example, has some priorities, or how you, because the automotive is very open, there are many projects, and so is there some mechanism to choose which project has priority to other one, or how you do that? And my second question is to Hyundai, is about manufacturing. You say that you are making manufacturing, then you are storing the parts somewhere. Is there, how do you make the the certification of those parts? Because it's in ASEAN or in Europe, they're making many certification of those parts, or how you do that?
Okay. No, thank you. So let me answer your first question, and then probably you can rephrase the second one. So indeed, we are very agnostic as to which side of the auto value chain you are located. We support suppliers, we support manufacturers, we support distributors, we support dealerships, we support service providers. Even as far back as the very beginning, which is, I just told you about someone trying to do copper cathodes, we're also happy. Yes, the beneficiation of the raw materials and the minerals that feed into the value chain. So we're actually very agnostic, and we're happy to support you once you establish a bankable case in that sector. And just to also let you know, we don't only provide debt financing, but we also provide equity. Okay, so if you have a project that requires both debt and equity, we can invest in both sides, then take some shareholding. And of course, I said you always need to have a very bankable project. We do also have an advisory team, specialized team that can work with you to ensure that that project or that transaction that you're bringing is actually bankable. So yes, debt, equity, but also advisory to ensure that the project in itself, that will help you clarify your thinking or validate your project is also done. So we do cover a whole segment of it. Okay.
And your second question was to Ali? Hyundai, not Ali, sorry. Okay.
So, sorry, can you repeat it again, because I couldn't get the point regarding the certification. Because you are developing the parts for the automobile somewhere, and then, as you said, you have different store locations in different countries. My question, how do you certify those parts? Because if coming to Ghana, to Algeria, to Egypt, and so on, you do the same certification for all, or how you do that? No, actually, it's out of the certification issue, because we are talking at the end at territory-wise, right? So if I'm talking about North Africa, I'm talking about how we make the logistic easier and the cost more efficient. With a big central warehouse for the after-sales parts in North Africa, for example, it has the parts with the specification of each country for North Africa only. We have 4 or 5 countries. All the strategic stock is over there. You order in a couple of days or 3 days, you can get the parts rather than importing from the origin. Same we are doing in East Africa, Central, and South Africa.
So, Mike, let me just add a quick one, and you're very right on that. Standardization is a very important aspect in the auto sector. So one of the things that we are doing with AAAM and with ASO is to standardize, to get standards certified in Africa. I think so far we've done, is it 45 or so? Standards have been standardized, and so that is the beginning. And then we'll go through the whole. And of course, what we're also then doing is even setting up African quality assurance centers. So those quality assurance centers, once the auto aspects are developed, can certify and validate some of those things that are being manufactured in countries. Yeah.
Thank you. So one last question, and then we will do a wrap-up starting from Ali's side. Thank you.
Yes, I have 2 questions. One is for Mr. Akusha Arora. I learned your group is a giant group. I don't know your operations in other countries, but I have a business in Ghana, and I'm in the same industry as you are in. Just now you were mentioning data. You know, you were the dealer for Caterpillar, and later you ventured into saloon cars like MG. Also, you were dealing with the Isuzu. You know, the Caterpillar is a very narrow industry. You're only facing the miners, but later the MG, you are facing a huge mass of Ghanaians. So how did you use your data to control the market very well? Because you know your company also did localization very well. I see this, you are from Egypt, but I seldom see you have a lot of Egyptian there. You are using a lot of Ghanaians. So what is your strategy? Why you can succeed? I can see MG vehicles. Now you have a lot running on the street. So could you please share with us, how did you use the data to venture into the market and maintain the market very well? And the second question is to Mr. Seydou for Afreximbank. Like your bank is only supporting Africans investing in Africa, or like me, I'm a Chinese. I've been working in Ghana for 19 years. For me, I really think I am also an African. So are we also qualified to get loans from Afreximbank? If so, what is the requirement? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. First of all, our business philosophy is very simple. Be local and think global, right? So whichever market we go into, our intention is to run the business with local talent, local people, and maybe over a period of time, you can have a transitionary phase to build the capacity of the local talent so that their thinking, their value system is aligned to your company's thinking and value system, all right? And therefore, you have a mix match of experts that are sent in for a short period of time, right? They help to really groom and grow the local talent, and eventually you're running the business with the local talent, right? The good question that you asked about is the data, right? So let me start with what our vision is when it comes to data, right? And second is where we are. So our vision is we are a multifaceted business group, right? Today with footprint in 16 countries when it comes to automotive or the industrial equipment. We are facing a very diverse consumer audience, right? Whether it is B2B, B2C, B2G, et cetera, et cetera. So our intention is to get the entire data into one place where we can understand the consumer behavior, which helps us to then cross-sell, upsell, all right, or look at the total value of the consumer, whether he be a Caterpillar consumer, or he is a passenger car consumer, or he is a commercial vehicle consumer, all right? And then tailor solutions for his needs, be it the product solutions, the commercial solutions, or the financing solutions that is going to help him to stay with us and look at our entire product lineup. So an example, I'll just give you an example how we've used this into our business. So we have a consumer who today has a $150 million line with us, credit line with us, all right? Where we understood his needs of his fleet, which is earth moving equipment, pickups, trucks, and passenger cars. And we know what is his revenue coming in, we know what his fleet usage is, right? We know what is his fleet turnaround time, which helps us to then give him a solution that is giving him the entire range of products from the group. That is the beauty of the data that we are using today, all right? Have we reached to our optimal level? No, we have a long way to go. We still have a long way to go, but that's where it's starting from. I hope that answers your question.
No, thank you. So the simple answer to your question is we support African registered businesses. As long as you're registered in Africa, we're not going to look at the nationality. We're just looking at African registered businesses. And just quickly to add then, so what we do is we do have a criteria for direct lending. If you're a company based on the continent that has an aggregate turnover of $10 million, you have been in operations for at least 3 years, you have equity of at least $2 million, then you qualify to do direct business with us, direct lending on your own. If you don't meet that criteria, we would have to go through an on-lending process with a local bank or with your local bank. And so that is how we do it. And of course, the products that we offer, as I said earlier, we offer early stage financing, project preparation. You still have the idea, maybe you have done your pre-feasibility, now you want to do bankability studies. We offer project preparation to do it. If you have a project itself that you need project financing for, we offer project financing. Now, if we go to trade financing, we can offer factoring, we can offer forfeiting, we offer direct lines of credit, we offer distributor financing, we offer franchise financing. So you have a franchise of a particular vehicle in one country that you want to take into another, we're more than happy to support you do that as well. Then of course, we do offer guarantees. It's not only liquidity, it's not only dollar money, we do offer guarantees as well. And importantly, we offer country guarantees. So yes, you probably want to come into Algeria from Ghana, and so you're not pretty sure. You want country guarantees, it's something that we can work with you to offer you a country guarantee against some of the traditional risks, such as expropriation of assets and others that you may have from government. So we do offer quite a comprehensive suite of products. Thank you.
Thank you, Frederick. So we've unfortunately come to the end of our time, and I know there are a lot of other questions we could carry on for a while. But just in 1 minute, if we start from Ali's side, the question very simply is, what do you believe is the most important thing that needs to happen for us to realize our dream of made in Africa for Africa in the next 10 years in automotive? Now starting from Ali.
Thank you. It's really a dream to have African car made by African people. What I can say is that our country is ready to contribute to this big challenge. Actually, in our country, we try to positionate ourselves in an automotive industry which is recently born in our country. And today, if we make a small plan, we have batteries which are manufactured here, wire harness, electronics, plastic, and also steel and tire. And so if we see that there is emergent industry in automotive, and I think that in this way, and to have the support of all the African together, and especially countries like South Africa, Ghana, and where the industry is more mature and have more experience, to help all the country help themselves and their neighbors in order to evaluate and to make this dream real. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The AU has a vision 2063. I think tapping on that, as African countries, we can really utilize our competitive advantage to harness each other's potential to work together for the greater good. We have already started taking to advantage of the Africa Continental Free Trade, but we should do more in order for us not to see each other as competitors, but also as sister countries. And we must drive that vision of the AU. We must complete our value chains across the continent. Where one is weak, we can strengthen each other in that particular approach. Thank you.
Yes, nice working, thank you. So Mike, I would advocate an integrated approach, country by country. So for example, if we came together as stakeholders and said, Ghana, we have identified and we have $500 million for the economy. However, we want you as government, one, implement your policy. We want you to provide the demand for that production by way of government procurement and other stuff. OEMs partner with Afreximbank and others to ensure that we can develop a supply chain that works. We can also go together out there to find green funds that can give us blended financing that makes it much, much, much cheaper to intervene in the market. And then, of course, most importantly, we identify with the government to select those companies, 5, 10, 20 of them in the country that will form the anchor of the industry. So then we leverage these guys. It's an integrated market. We leverage these guys and then develop a value chain across from there on. That's what I think. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. I think lots has been said over the last 2 days of what it takes to make made in Africa, for Africa, by Africa, all right? In my belief, there's lots of work to do, right? But critically important is to have a clear common vision amongst the different stakeholders. Because without having that vision, I don't think anything is going to move forward. Otherwise, individual, country, and personal agendas are going to come into play, which is going to rock the boat, right? Two, a lot has been said, and I agree with this. The policy and regulatory framework, whether it is commonization of standard or policies that are sustainable and for the long haul, are critically important because we are a high capital intensive business. So you cannot have change in policies every year or with change of regimes, right? There has to be a return on investment, right? Three, the partners that we need to select to be involved in this journey are the ones who view Africa as an industrial destination, not as a trading destination, right? Till the time we don't have that clarity, then you will never get into matching up two partners who have the same vision, right? Four, the value chain mapping, as has been mentioned, is critically important because every country of the 52 countries cannot be an automotive industrialization hub. We have to realize that. But each one has a role to play and has an effective role to play and a sizable growth for their GDP or their economies that this industry can contribute to, right? We talked about affordability, all right, big time. Affordability is not just in configuring the right product. Affordability is also going to come out of configuring the right supply chain solutions. Because if those are not corrected and not invested in, because that requires a huge investment, if those are not done, then whatever we do in terms of the product solution will never bear fruit in having an affordable product for the consumer. Right. That's it from me.
Okay, maybe I have said it yesterday in the ministerial roundtable, but I would like to repeat it in a wider level. So again, we need to integrate and collaborate and solidify our competitiveness against the outside the continent. This is very important. And again, we are talking about industrialization where the value chain is huge. So we need always, when we think about the sourcing, to think about making it locally or source it from Africa. Then we think about the third solution, which shouldn't come first, because selecting the easy solution will not allow us to adapt our dream or realize our dream. This is just my advice in a short note.
Thank you very much, and a round of applause for our guests today. And please enjoy the rest of the afternoon. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you all intervenants in this panel. الجلسة الثامنة المركبات المتوسطة والثقيلة تمكين التجارة والخدمات اللوجستية الإنشاءات والخدمات العامة في جميع أنحاء القارة الإفريقية. Véhicules moyens et lourds, faciliter le commerce, la logistique, la construction et les services publics à travers le continent. Nous appelons à présent M. Edward Makwana, le modérateur. Il est consultant indépendant en relations publiques et communication, fondateur de Makwana Public Relations. Après une expérience en direction du commerce automobile entre 2020 et 2024 au sein de Legacy Motor Group en Afrique du Sud, il collabore désormais avec des organisations visionnaires et des instances professionnelles, telles que justement l'Association africaine des constructeurs automobiles. À vous la parole. The floor is yours, Mr. Edward Makwana.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. May I call onto stage Mr. Ezra Meering, Mr. Meluk Brahim, yeah, that's my phone. And if I may call Mr. Hugo Azevedo, and Mr. Sami Bohamden. Is he around? It looks like two of our panelists have not made it, or they are probably outside. Nonetheless, I am going to kick off, and I am sure they can catch this bus while it gets underway. So just some opening remarks. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As we edge closer to the end of the Africa Automotive Forum, here at the IATF 2025, we turn our attention to what I would like to call the silent enablers of Africa's economy, which is of course medium and heavy vehicles. So think about it. The very equipment used to set up this magnificent exhibition was transported here by commercial vehicles or by trucks. The food that sustains us every day, the furniture we move when we change homes, the raw materials that build our cities, all of these journeys are made possible by medium and heavy vehicles. Even over the last few days, many of us have relied on another key player in this segment, which is buses, to carry us as delegates between our hotels and the various venues of the IITF event. These vehicles don't just move goods and people, they move progress. They enable trade, logistics, construction, and public services. They connect businesses to markets and people to opportunity. So this afternoon, our task is to reflect on how strengthening this vital segment can unlock new jobs, catalyze infrastructure development, and accelerate intra-Africa trade under the AFCFTA. Production is seemingly mainly concentrated in South Africa, Egypt, and now some new investment in Senegal. For example, in July, Daimler Truck signed a letter of intent on locally assembled trucks together with the government of the Republic of Senegal and the company called Global Truck Systems, so which talks the topic of integration that we've heard through and through the sessions that have just happened. And usually you don't hear enough about startups in this segment. So let us begin by unpacking the opportunities before us and exploring how Africa can chart its own course in the medium and heavy vehicle space. Maybe if I may start with Ezra. So Ezra is the General Manager of GF Vehicle Assemblers, who will also just touch on assembly opportunities, but I'm going to give him an opportunity shortly to talk a little bit about his business that he represents so that we get a better understanding and hear it from the horse's mouth. And we have with us as well Mr. Meluk Brahim, who is an expert in the mechanical industry and he's with a company called AGM Holding, really here to share the success of Algeria in this particular segment and so forth. So, Ezra, I think if you can just kick things off, just to briefly tell us about GF Vehicle Assemblers, and most importantly, its role in this enabling segment, as I have just alluded to in my introduction, of course, within the segment in Africa.
Well, thank you, Edward, for the introduction, and a big thank you for AAAM for making this happen. Being here is very insightful for us, and also for the industry, also for the Algerian government for hosting us. GF Vehicle Assemblers is a multi-brand assembly factory in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, and the basis of establishing or starting GF Vehicle Assemblers was that we could do more than just buy and sell trucks. And by having that vision, 5 years ago, in the middle of COVID, we started GF Vehicle Assemblers. Now, you can imagine that in Tanzania, you have about 6 landlocked countries that depend on the port for goods in and out. Now, to be able to service that, the light and heavy vehicle industry needs to be active and alive. So we looked at that opportunity, and not only to be able to supply through importation, but also to localize in some aspect and establish an assembly factory. Now, we are 5 years down the road, having assembled over 4,000 trucks, starting from 50 units in 2020, and to now 2025, we are upwards, as of yesterday, the day before, 4,515 units of 4 different brands, 11 models. Now, this is coming from no local assembly in Tanzania. So we've had to invest in local skills, do training, and identify what are the skills required to be able to match what is the form of assembly that we could say we could be proud of. We did not establish GF Vehicle Assemblers as a shop that you can plug in and within 2-3 hours just assemble, get a vehicle out. But we have processes starting from, which is recognized also in the region, CKD levels of assembly that is practiced all over Africa. So that is a brief from us. We have right now a staff of about 250 direct from us, and indirect upwards of 1,000. So that is a brief from GF Vehicle Assemblers.
Can you just elaborate a little bit on the brands that you alluded to? I think you said 11 models, 10 brands?
4 brands.
4 brands. 4 brands, 11 models, yeah. Just to give us context.
Okay. So we are assembling Hyundai, light commercial trucks. We do FAW from China and XCMG brands. And we are also looking into one more brand that is also approaching us. So we take pride that we are able to offer a solution to OEMs that within that region can be comfortable that GF will be able to give that service when required for that region.
I want to immediately go into the second question for perhaps an entrepreneur like yourself sitting out there. and look at the most immediate opportunities for local assemblies, or from your perspective, what would you regard as the most immediate opportunities for local assembly of medium and heavy vehicles across Africa?
Well, the opportunities are immense when you look at the whole region. In terms of light and heavy commercial vehicles, you'll see that our countries are entering into massive infrastructural projects. Now, that requires movement of goods, movement of, even you can look at transportation such as rapid transport. You can look at sectors that are also the governments are putting a lot of energy on. For example, in Tanzania, you look at mining. And so the opportunities are immense. If you look at OEMs that are interested, that you're starting to see the interest in joining and giving solutions to this demand of huge infrastructure projects. And that also gives rise to manufacturing hubs, which is something that we all agree we need to move forward to.
Thanks, Ezra. So, Mr. Brahim, you're an expert in the mechanical industry. I think I would like to also give you an opportunity to briefly tell us about AGM Holding, and most importantly, its role in Algeria's mechanical industry and medium and heavy vehicles development.
Thank you very much. At first, I want to present what is AGM. AGM, Algerian Journal of Mechanics. Okay. Algerian Holding SPA has a share capital of 34 milliards dinars and an annual turnover of 239 million dollars. It has done this in 2024. Its portfolio comprises 26 subsidiaries and subsidiaries, including 6 joint ventures established through partnership with a total force of 7,000 employees. Since 2011, we have done an investment of $350 million. AGM Folio is positioned within the national mechanical sector, excluding SNVI. I think tomorrow you have to visit it, and Fondal, Fonderie, and Ferrovial for railway equipments. And it has 4 divisions, detailed below by subsidiary and activity. The first one is machinery and agriculture equipment and fishing boats and servitude division. The second, public works, machinery and handling division. The third, industrial subcarting division. Subcarting division works a lot of with Sonatrach in oil. And also the fourth is industrial equipment division. The 26 subsidiaries, including six joint ventures with renowned technology partner, with the labels Liebherr with Switzerland and Germany, Massey Ferguson USA, Sompo Rosenlau Finland, Galusho Portugal, Stellantis Fiat in Algeria, in Oran, and Europactor in Spain. We have joint ventures.
And in terms of local integration, tell us a little bit about
the local integration. The level is 40 to 80% for the equipments. It is the most are about 70%.
Okay. And from a mechanical perspective, what would you say, what structural or supply chain advantages has Algeria built that other African nations can learn from? So what structural or supply chain advantages do you believe Algeria has built that other African nations can learn from? Yeah.
I think we are together in Africa. The weather is, we know the weather, and we know also the environment of using equipment. And we do the equipment for exactly what the seller, the buyer wants. And we have enough opportunities to make exactly what our buyer wants.
Now, I would like to get back to you, Ezra. I want to get back to Ezra to ask from a policy perspective. I mean, earlier you mentioned the level of skills development that you were able to do. What enablers, from a skills development perspective, from a policy perspective, from a supplier perspective, do you think are most critical to scaling assembly operations sustainably, Ezra?
So for enablers of assembly opportunities, I would say policy, from my perspective, is so far what we have seen as the biggest enabler. One of the key, so if I look at last year, 2024 to 2025, we have been able to push government from private sector to be able to incentivize local assembly in Tanzania. And the success came through the budget period where we saw an introduction of a levy to incentivize those who are still importing fully built trucks to be able to turn them to local assembly. So there's a 10% introduction of what is an industrial development levy that is now getting the conversation to all brands of light and heavy commercial trucks and pushing them towards assembly. And this has, it's a catalyst not only for having the industry of assembly grow, but to be able to recognize that we have to take advantage of the growing population that is fully trained through our technical institutions. We also have to take advantage of the growing demand from neighboring countries for services out of Tanzania. And when we look at integration, this is a key part under ACFTA, that we need the region to connect in more ways than one. And so the enabler will be policy, in my view. Another aspect of this is that we are able now to discuss with neighboring countries, for instance, Kenya, which when we discuss about, when we meet in these regional blocks, we look at you have seat manufacturing going on. We import kits that require seats. So discussing on rules of variable geometry, so they'll say, look, we've been in this industry for 30 years. Tanzania has not been in this industry maybe 5 years. Where is the give and take between both countries? So policy will be the enabler of assembly industry growing in the region.
And regional integration, I think perhaps, how do you see a regional value chain integration playing a role in building a more competitive African medium heavy vehicle industry?
So you will look at the example where in 2020 we didn't have any assembly to talk about in Tanzania. You will now say that if you were to get a brand of truck, you would either get it from South Africa, local assemble, under the SADC, or in Kenya under the ESC. But now with the African Free Continental Trade Agreement, we are looking at even deeper conversations on not only these regional blocks that already were there, but now in a bigger scale. And the value chain is very key. I see that we will, the bottom line will increase for investors. As us as GF vehicle assemblers, we see that in the long run, we will save by the integration of the whole region. So our bottom line will increase, and therefore we'll be able to invest more and more. For example, we would like also, if you look at Tanzania, there is industry for rubber also, same way as you have in West Africa, that we could have synergies in that aspect. So I see that in the next, once we get over the hurdle of trade barriers and all this, then within the next few years, we just need to make our bold move and take action. And you have seen that out of the 5 years GF Vehicle Assemblers has taken action, we are able to now make this conversation alive in that area. So I do believe that we will get our bottom lines healthy.
Mr. Brahim, earlier you mentioned about opportunities in your business. I would like you to share both challenges and success factors within the area that you operate.
Yes. In AGM, all the industry is at a high level. We have a partnership in some products, and which are at the same level of the constructor. It is the same. If you buy it here, you can buy it in Germany. And also, we do some pieces locally to our partner. At first, we can say of all the pieces, welded pieces. Welded pieces are done here. Even they come to Algeria, but they was done here. And also, we must take all the customers' specification. Customers, and if they have, it would be advisable to renew the specification by mutual agreement in order to suggest improvement of option. We can do the solution that he wants, but we add some options for the buyer. And if the buyer has not specifications, we help him to make the characteristic the sheet. We must take of the regulation of the country concerned, the highway code for registered road vehicles, the climate of the country, the condition of road, engine pollution requirement. And we must take what kind of euro or tier we shall use. Air pollution for implementation and appropriate filtration to protect the engine. And also we must take the customer-specific requirement.
Okay, all right. And I want to touch on, I mean, we've got people from Afreximbank, we've got colleagues from the AFCFTA since the start of the sessions. What message would you give them to perhaps zoom into this segment to make or give you better opportunities of trade and so forth? I mean, Ezra, you spoke a lot about that there's hurdles that you wish you could become. You spoke about the possibility of investments. So clearly there is a gray line that that's the hurdle that you need to jump to get to the next level of investment. What are those hurdles that you would like them to help you remove?
So the bit about financing is complex. And as we heard from the gentleman here from Afreximbank, the first step that you have seen is the boldness from the private sector to venture into uncharted territory. So it is the vision of the private sector to say that let's move from here to there, and this is the path. So they held, our hand, you can hold our hand to get there. Now, yes, there are requirements, and you'll find that the information flow from this is our requirements, or maybe you cradle, or maybe you can cradle the private sector to be able to understand that if the vision is this way, we have this facility to be able to get you there. So the information flow is what we would ask, because I feel that the confidence is there, the push is there, the vision is there from private sector, boldly, as you have seen what GF has taken. For instance, we've been able also to convince government that when we talk of local vehicle assembly, let's not look at, so when first problems we had is when they would visit our factory, they would ask, now, where are the robots we see on YouTube? We see, you're using humans. Humans are pushing. But, we had to convince government that, let the baby crawl before they can walk. And this is the step that we have taken. And so it is the same thing we'll do with our facilitators like banks, Afreximbank, is that, look, from what you're seeing in 2020 to 2025 is a different picture for GF vehicle assemblers. We are now 2 times the size that we started with, and the vision is there. So just the helping hand to walk.
Mr. Brim, from your perspective, what type of assistance would you want as a business to grow even further in the line that you operate in?
I think in Algeria, the financial service is not enough developed to do business in Africa. We must develop it. It begins, but it is not enough. But we have all the conditions to do business in Africa.
Okay, all right. I would like to actually open some questions at this point. Anybody in this segment who may want to comment or even ask questions. Unfortunately, as you see, only 2 speakers, so we won't use the full hour. So I would like to make it as interactive as possible. I see Frederick from Afreximbank. I see a hand over there, and I see another one, Honorable Bafi. So shall we start maybe with the lady, come to Afreximbank, and Mr. Bafi.
Right. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Toyin Sawo. I'm the CEO of Driver Global Forwarding and Logistics. We run out of Nigeria and operations in Kenya. So I wanted to ask on the GF assembly, in terms of financing, right? Because we have a huge gap on the continent in terms of, and this is actually across Africa, by the way, in terms of the demand for trucks and the supply. And as you know, a lot of the trucks that we actually have in circulation are old trucks that need to be phased out. But then there is that need for significant capital investment into the sector, whether in terms of assembly, local assembly, even in terms of bringing in the CBU, completely built unit. So what has your experience been in terms of being able to raise the necessary financing that you require to be able to build GF assembly to serve not just the Kenyan market, but also the regional market? Just wanted to learn from you the exposure. We're trying to do something similar in Nigeria, and as you know, it is super challenging in terms of the scale of capital required, even the business case definition, you know, and getting stakeholders to rally around this objective. Thank you.
So thank you for the question. The lessons we've learned, or how we have been able to get around the challenge of financing is, so from trade, we had been trading, buying and selling, just importation. But now going into assembly, there's a huge investment, of course, in the factory and the skills and all that. Getting financial institutions to believe in that vision and take the risk that the same vehicle will be assembled to quality standards and be sold to customers was a big challenge. But I believe that through our quality controls and standards, we were able to assure, and it was, so our products were still accepted by the customers. In terms of the investor perspective, there are many models that financial institutions will come up with to assist. So there will be, you know, stock models to do with your stock for assembly. Because remember, by the time the assembled units get to your factory, it is a period of time for shipment, and then there will be the assembly process, and then to the market. So it's quite, we look at an average of 180, so it will take between 90 to 120 upward days. Then you turn around to be able to sell to the market. So it's more of having close conversations with the financial partners to be able to show them that model, and at the same time keep the factories busy. But you cannot only just depend on because you also need volumes. We need to scale up, and that's where the integration comes in, and the conversations we are having through AAAM and other OEMs that let's look at many models to be able to keep the factory busy and get the returns that we need. So stock financing for the raw materials together with your operational costs, and then turnaround time. Then quality of the product also needs to get confidence from the consumers. Thank you.
Okay, Fred?
Thank you, Frederick from Afrexim. I just want to say well done to GF. They're breaking new grounds and just keep going. You sort of touched on my last issue, acceptance. I find it that a lot of the times the perception of buying locally assembled vehicles is a bit challenging. How are you breaking that cycle? How are you breaking and getting people to accept locally accepted trucks as the same quality and durability as what they would have gotten if they had even gotten second-hand trucks? That's one. On the financing side, we can probably have a chat afterwards. No two transactions are the same. No two clients are the same. We can have and go into the particular details of where you are today and where you want to go tomorrow, and then we can structure something that works for you and meets your purposes. Thank you.
Is that to Mr. Brahim or both?
Yes, to
because he raised a question about finance being a challenge in Algeria. So how is that the offer you are giving him to say?
So it's both.
Well?
Yes,
Okay.
editing,
Fantastic.
financing. We can discuss.
Fantastic. We found a solution for somebody. Honorable Buffy.
Thank you very much. So I just wanted to, I was going to speak on that same line as Fred talked about, but then I guess you have to do more, and you need to speak to him now, because Afreximbank should do magic to help these businesses in Africa. And on that point, I want to ask a question. How are you helping the value chain? I mean, those in the field of automotive business, and that level. I don't know whether you understand what I'm talking about. Maybe startups in component manufacturing, for example. How are you helping them, or those in the business of training? How are you collaborating with them to be able to upscale your business? And also, I'd like to know that, are you the only assembler in Tanzania? Is your business the only, are you the only assembler in Tanzania? Thank you very much.
Thank you for so I'll start from the last question. When there's a success story, you'll have at least somebody following your tracks. So we are proud of that as GF Vehicle Assemblers, that we now have at least one credible more vehicle assembler who is also a member of AAAM, and that is showing that when a bold move is taken and confidence is there, a vision, then anything else is possible. On the other, so there is the issue of logistics companies or customers looking at vehicles that are locally assembled. So businesses are different. There will be logistics companies, or there will be companies that are doing multinational tender jobs that will take confidence in brand new assembled trucks, locally assembled vehicles. And we give, from crane mounted trucks to dump trucks for mining industry to, long distance haulage trucks. And to get the confidence, we've been able to have huge support from the OEM. So the OEM is there to ensure that we do follow the processes that are laid down, but we are also open to give customer education and visits to look at the factory to see the products, and that has been able to build confidence in some of that, in that aspect. And so there'll be those who will prefer, brand new trucks with warranty that can travel 1,000 kilometers with no issues and then back, and then they'll have that confidence their businesses will run. In terms of training, I think we work well with technical institutions around Dar es Salaam, and GF also is big in giving back to the community. So we offer internship programs that you are not guaranteed years of employment, but you are able to learn and you're able to be helpful in the society. So that is part of it. I hope I've answered your questions.
About the support to maybe those in the lower end.
The startups.
Yes.
So I think you're mentioning support to the startups. Yes, they're able. So depending on so for example, suppliers. Let's talk of suppliers to GF as tier 1 suppliers. For example, we have battery suppliers. We do have a variety of glasses for the trucks that can be used. We do give opportunities for them to be able to supply to us. So yes, we are open.
Thank you. In Algeria, there is a law you cannot do partner if you have not 30% for 5 years, 30%. In our partner that we have done in AGM Holding, we are more than 40%.
Any other questions that anybody may have, comments, additional comments? There's another question, Madam.
Okay, just a clarification question for Algeria. I'm not so sure if you're the person to ask. So I was having some conversations yesterday, and I was made to understand that there is, I think, currently a ban, if I use that word, in Algeria for the importation of trucks, meaning that at the moment, and I think it's been on for a while, you cannot import trucks into Algeria, and yet, locally, I know that there's quite a number of old trucks, in Algeria. So I'm trying to understand the rationale, for that decision by the government, and what is your take on how long this can last and how sustainable that decision is from a policy standpoint for Algeria. And now, we also know that, at least from what we see here at the ITF, Algeria is trying to open up to investors, and part of the people who will certainly want to invest will be people like us, who are companies who want to invest in transportation sector. But if you say that trucks cannot be imported, and I'm not very sure about the local capacity in terms of assembly, how sustainable a policy is that?
Thank you. For this time, trucks is not in AGM Holding. We don't make trucks. But we can make the components for trucks, not trucks. It is not in our specialty.
Perhaps I think it's a question to somebody in the Ministry of Algeria to say the ban of importation of trucks, because I'm not sure if that's clear. That's clear, because that's part of your question. So Mr. Brem is saying no, the strength is on the components. However, the question is perhaps one of our colleagues can answer about the importation of, or the banning of the importation of trucks. Any takers from our colleagues? Okay. Another question.
Okay. So this is to the GF assemblies, yes. I would like to know the percentage of your components that are maybe produced by you or sourced from the African continent. And then that will link it to the question Honorable wanted you to answer about if you source some of the components from the African continent, what support or training do you give to them, to make sure the components they produce or supply to you are at your level so that the vehicles you produce will also meet your specifications? Thank you.
So this goes directly to the OEM. So for instance, if the policy currently around the region is 30% and above. So we are looking at 40% as AAAM, but we recognize that you can't start at that high level. So we work with the OEM, those who the brand or the model belongs to push for localization. The challenge now comes in with country legislation, but to also push the countries to accept, and that's why there's also the retreat that will be going on next week in Cairo about the rules of origin, and then we'll get into local content. Currently, we are sourcing less than 10% locally in Tanzania, but we hope and we do believe that for integration we need to do more. I hope that answers, yeah. But at the same time, we're also working with national automotive policies, and that is one of the things also AAAM is assisting us with.
Okay, there's another question on the left side or the right side of the hall.
Thank you. It's not a question, but I will add something about the question, your question of forbidden, the importation of the truck. Algeria are not forbidden. It's not forbidden for Algeria to import trucks from. But the new policy of Algeria is to go to real construction of vehicles, just real construction, based about localization of inputs, because we have a lot of opportunities in Algeria. That we have a big local market in Algeria. We need to use stocks, but it's not really forbidden to import. We can import the inputs in order to produce our trucks. It's not forbidden. But our reality, our strategy is to go to develop, to build a new construction building of trucks like Automotive. It's not forbidden. We are regulatory, the law of investment. We can, everybody, we can come and invest in Algeria, and we are here to do anything for attract investors, foreign investors, to construct a vehicle here. That's what I will rajut from this question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In the absence of additional questions, I think I would like to invite our two guests to just give conclusive remarks. Ezra, from your side, perhaps 5 years from now, what change would you like to see within GF Assemblers and generally within the segment that you operate within?
So to wrap up, in 5 years, I would see that GF Vehicle Assemblers has been able to move from just CKD level of assembly to be able to do more locally. We would also look at, and I would give the example of, siblings in one family. So in Africa, countries being siblings, each sibling has different strengths. And we would like to use the strengths of all of the siblings to make the family work and move forward in one direction. So GF Vehicle Assemblers will be the one that advocates for more integration and looking at what role we can play within East Africa to be able to make this happen.
Mr. Brahim, what would you like to see 5 years from now, either from AGM holding perspective or the level of operating or the area of your operation?
Yes. In each country, we begin to do trucks with CKD or SKD. But after you must look the volume. If you have not enough, the quantity is not enough, you cannot do investment to do this, because machines are very, very, very expensive. Even if you look at cold stamping, you must buy the machine for stamping and also the tools. It's very, very expensive. You must take care. It is not, you must look for the volume before speaking of integration.
Thank you. I think to conclude, ladies and gentlemen, one key word I think that has come out from is integration, which means the next IATF, hopefully in 2 years' time at Lagos, we will have OEMs sitting here to try and look at integration opportunities, because it's important that we have a voice from that particular aspect to see how we move things forward. And I think it's an opportunity as well, finance, that has come up. Fred, it looks like we've got some work to do to try and create more awareness in the segment as well, because I think the majority of the focus has always mainly been on passenger vehicles and other segments. So it's a segment also that's alive with opportunities, as I said, not only enablers that you're looking for in your business, but it's an industry that is an enabler of many things in our lives, in our businesses, and so forth. With that, that is the last session of the Automotive Forum. Thank you so much for your attention, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much to our panelists for investing the time to come here. We really appreciate it, and all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Edward, and thank you all intervenants in this panel. Nous arrivons quasiment donc à la fin de cet événement, de ce forum, et nous allons faire tout de suite la synthèse et les remerciements avec Madame Martina Bien, qui est la présidente de l'association et PDG du groupe Volkswagen Afrique. À vous la parole, the floor is yours.
Distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it's been 2 intense days of discussion, but it has been really energizing, and it was good to see new people, new meaning people I haven't seen in Cairo 2 years ago at the IATF. So I think our African dream movement is becoming bigger and bigger, and that is really good to see. So as we conclude this year's session of the Africa Automotive Forum here at AITF 2025, one message is clear. Africa's automotive journey is not just about cars. It is about enabling economies, connecting people, and building industries that serves our continent's future. Over the past 2 days, we heard how all segments of the automotive industry are silent enablers of Africa's development, moving goods across borders, carrying our people to work and school, building our infrastructure, and supporting public services. Without the various segments of the industry, trade and industrialization under the AFCFTA would remain only an aspiration. Across all our sessions the last 2 days, a golden thread has emerged. The automotive industry is a proven catalyst for Africa's industrialization, with multiplier effects across logistics, infrastructure, finance, retail, and after-sales. The sector has the potential to generate massive formal employment across all skills levels, especially for Africa's youth. There is this urgency, and I'll keep my fingers crossed for Cairo on Monday 15th, the urgency of concluding the 40% rules of origin, which cannot be overstated. This is the bedrock of regional integration and investment confidence. The AFCFTA enables regional value chains, making it possible for countries to specialize and contribute where they are most competitive. With coordinated policies and scale, Africa can manufacture between 3 million and 5 million vehicles annually. And again, that is 2035, so it's only 10 years from now. Unlocking sustainable growth if backed by legislation and collaboration. This year's Automotive Forum has touched on the crucial conversations of the industry, or of the industries. It's not one, actually. So again, the first very crucial one, the role of the AFCFTA, which will unlock the biggest free trade zone in the world, and the conclusion of the rules of origin. And with that comes, and Victoria, I think you proclaimed the year of collaboration, and we've seen a lot of collaboration here happening, but with concluding the rules of origin comes that creation of win-win situations to find roles for as many countries as possible in this automotive and mobility value chain. So it's about component manufacturing, it's about the processing of raw materials, we've heard about that in the panels. It's about the different, good example from Tanzania. Where's Ezra now? Yeah, there you are. So it's about light commercial vehicle assembly, it's about truck and bus assembly, some others will do passenger cars, there is room for engineering. So to really think as an African continent and not as individual countries' interest. Policy certainty is crucial for investment. We've heard that a couple of times, almost on every panel. Policy certainty, and with that, also the debate on used car bans for multiple reasons, or not used car bans, but phasing out used car imports. For health reasons, Jane has shown that to us, for climate reasons, climate protection reasons, but also to help increase demand in Africa for new cars. So for African new cars and not for being the dumping ground and just the trading continent of used cars. So that will create, if we manage that will create the economies of scale which are needed for our industry, and our industry meaning car manufacturing, but also component manufacturing. Then a huge session on micromobility, affordable mobility. So there will be African solutions for African challenges, and affordability is one. So only thinking of ownership is probably the business logic of the past. Moving from ownership into usership models will help to finally address the demand of soon 2.5 billion people on the continent. The entire discussion has been driven also by sustainability in multiple instances. Sustainability manufacturing, sustainability in the usage of these vehicles or these transportation means. We talked about battery electric vehicles, but also technology agnostic to a certain extent. Jean-Philippe, there will be multiple solutions for different countries and probably also for different means of transportation on how sustainable mobility look like. Not to forget the probably easiest and crucial debate on the fuel quality. As long as we go with ICE, with combustion engine vehicles, that is probably the easiest to immediately reduce CO2 emissions because of the huge existing car park. Then we heard about retail of the future. Again, usership versus ownership, the entire customer journey. First car is sold by sales, but second car is sold by after sales. Also in the parts space, we'll need African solutions, again addressing affordability. Plus the A lot of topics were also raised with regards to logistics, building logistics infrastructure, but also how do you, for example, get an electric truck from country A to country B? If one country is electrified, the other probably not that much. So a lot of interesting topics, a lot of interesting debates, but also solutions have been presented, how it could look like. So that really encourages me. It's not only about raising problems, but it's really about showing how solutions and how good can look like. And I hope that a lot of these solutions we'll see implemented already or on being at the verge of implementation when we meet again at this forum in Lagos in 2027. So also the examples shared by our colleagues from Algeria's progress to other success stories across the continent remind us that when policy, investment and collaboration align, Africa's automotive vision becomes a reality. So as we close, let me leave you with this challenge. How do we, as an industry, a continent and a community of partners, turn today's insights into tomorrow's commitments, and not only into tomorrow's commitments, but also into tomorrow's action? Africa does not lack potential. It requires action, courage, and unity of purpose. On behalf of the African Association of Automotive Manufacturers, I would like to express our deepest appreciation to our hosts here at the Intra-African Trade Fair, the government of Algeria, the Afreximbank, Frederick, last man standing from Afreximbank here today in the panel, thank you very much. The AFCFTA Secretariat, the African Union, thank you to all our speakers, our panelists, moderators, Mike 3 times today, well done. And you, all of you, the delegates, for your active contribution. I was really blown away by the amount of questions we got. Which really shows that you are not just consuming but actively participating in shaping Africa's automotive future. Together, let us drive forward a competitive, inclusive and sustainable African automotive industry. The road ahead may be long, but it is ours to shape, and we can only do so by walking it together. So again, I'll see you 2027 in Lagos latest. I hope I'll see you now, because there is the networking function outside. It's the collaboration networking function hosted by the VDA, which is the German Automotive Association, and the AAAM. So AAAM has got money to spend. So you're cordially invited. We think it's here. It is announced to be at the booth. So if nothing happens here, please go there. The exhibition, of course, will carry on for the next 7 days, I think. The Automotive Forum is closed now and ends in this networking function. Thank you all again. Merci beaucoup, and shukran and psaha. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, merci beaucoup. Et la clôture aussi côté algérien avec la directrice générale des investissements industriels et de la promotion des petites et moyennes entreprises, السيدة آسيا زهرور، مديرة عامة للاستثمار الصناعي وترقية المؤسسات الصغيرة والمتوسطة، للكلمة الاختتامية. تفضلي.
السلام عليكم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين. باسم وزارة الصناعة المنظمة أيضا لهذا الحدث، إلى جانب الحكومة الجزائرية بالطبع. في نهاية هذا المنتدى الذي يعتبر أحد أهم محاور السيارات، منتدى السيارات وصالون السيارات في كل الطبعات السابقة لمعرض التجارة البينية الإفريقية ETF منذ نشأته. لا يسعنا إلا أن نشكر منظمي الحدث من الاتحاد الإفريقي، الأمانة العامة لمنطقة التجارة القارية الإفريقية، بنك الاستيراد والتصدير الإفريقي أفريكسيمبانك، وجمعية مصنعي السيارات في إفريقيا AAAM. نشكر المنظمين من الجانب الجزائري، الحكومة الجزائرية، وكل الطاقم المساهم في إنجاح هذا الحدث، ومن بينهم كل طاقم وزارة الصناعة الشريكة في تنظيم هذا المنتدى. لقد كان منتدى قيم ثري بمداخلات الخبراء والمتخصصين وكذا أسئلة الحضور التي ساهمت في إثراء محتواه. سمح هذا المنتدى خلال يومين كاملين من الدراسة والبحث والاستشراف من تكوين نظرة شاملة عن قطاع الصناعة والمركبات عموما في إفريقيا، ونظرة استشرافية عن مستقبل هذا القطاع من خلال تجارب الدول الأخرى في مختلف أنحاء العالم. نحن نؤمن أن هذا القطاع، قطاع السيارات والمركبات في إفريقيا، هو من أحد أهم محركات الاندماج الإفريقي الاقتصادي في إفريقيا، وهو من أبرز المحاور التي قد تكون في منطقة التجارة الحرة الإفريقية قادرة على الاندماج التصاعدي والمستمر في سلسلة القيم. لذا أضم صوتي للسيدة مارتينا. نتمنى أن تنتهي المفاوضات بشأن قواعد المنشأ قريبا في الجولات القادمة قبل الآجال التي حددتها منطقة التجارة الحرة الإفريقية الأمانة في أقرب وقت قبل شهر نوفمبر المقبل، بحيث ستكون هي الوحيدة القادرة على إعطاء الدول الإمكانيات والإطار القانوني لتطوير صناعاتها في الوطنية من خلال التكامل بين الاقتصاديات في مختلف دول إفريقيا المنضمة إلى الاتفاق. أخيراً، أعتبر أن هذا المنتدى ناجح جداً. نهنئ أنفسنا ونهنئ الجميع على نجاحه، ونتمنى مزيداً من التألق لكل المنظمين في الطبعات المقبلة، ونتمنى أيضاً أن تكون دائماً إفريقيا مزدهرة ومتحدة بأبنائها. شكراً لكم جميعاً، نلتقي في فرص قادمة إن شاء الله، وبالسداد والتوفيق للجميع إن شاء الله. شكراً جزيلاً.
Shukran, merci Madame Zarour. Voilà, le forum est terminé. Merci aux organisateurs, merci aux participants et bravo à l'Algérie pour l'organisation de ce forum automobile dans le cadre de l'IATF 2025. Une photo de famille, s'il vous plaît, à présent, pour immortaliser cet instant. Nous vous invitons donc à nous rejoindre sur scène. A family photo, please. We invite you to join us on stage to capture this moment. Moderator, organizer, and representative of Minister of Industry. Thank you.
It's a new day. It's a new beginning. Higher grounds we're lifting off. Nothing holds us bound. Can you see it? The light of Africa is rising to higher grounds.
Bien sûr, cet événement qui est prévu dans un petit instant, le Networking Event. Akram. Where is Akram?
It's a new day. It's a new beginning. Higher grounds we're lifting off. Nothing holds us bound. Can you see it? The light of Africa is rising to higher grounds we're lifting off. Nothing holds us bound. So come on and come all. We call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up.